Chapter 391. Yang Dingtian used more than 500 kilograms of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold ash, mystic fire, and even Naga's golden mystic chi to forge 10 top-notch swords. 3 of them were specially forged for Jiao Liao, Shimin Lai, and Yang Peipei. The remaining 7 were for other purposes. The sword forged for World's President's daughter, Song Chunhua, was ranked second among the 10 swords. It was to attract Song Chunhua, the tigress, to marry Qin Huaiyu. He did not expect that there would be 4 people in the small private auction that Demon City's merchant palace had prepared for him. He also did not expect that Ning Clan's young madam, Ning Fu's wife, the woman who was destined to have a conflict with him in the future, would also appear here. As for this mysterious middle-aged man, he was even more confusing. Now, he was the first to bid, and the price was the 4th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, which was what Yang Dingtian needed the most. "My bid is the 4th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship," the middle-aged man repeated. At this moment, Yang Dingtian really had a strong urge to agree to the deal. He wanted to verify whether the 4th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was real or fake. However, if he did so, it would be equivalent to admitting that he was Yang Dingtian. He would definitely put himself in danger. At this moment, Master Yutai smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry to bid. We haven't seen the sword to see if it's worth the astronomical price. Mr. Xiao, please show us the sword." At this moment, Yang Dingtian's fake identity was Xiao Jianwei. He was also a real person, but had been secretly killed many years ago. It could be said that all of Ningning's human skin masks were real people. Yang Dingtian took out the sword and suddenly unsheathed it. Suddenly, the 4 people present opened their eyes wide. The middle-aged man was originally a little indifferent. At this moment, he was shocked and looked at the sword in Yang Dingtian's hand in disbelief. At the same time, the mysterious woman with a beautiful face and a devilish figure stood up. Her eyes almost instantly burst with light, filled with the determination to win. That's right, this mysterious woman really wanted this sword. As for Wu Maji, the young madam of the Southern Xining clan, who Yang Dingtian was most concerned about, her eyes lit up, but she did not have any other reaction. As for Song Chunhua, she did not hide it at all. Her breathing quickened, her hands directly crushed the chair's handle. His entire body was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed, releasing an intense battle intent. Of course, she did not want to fight anyone. She was going to fight for the sword-slaying swordsmanship. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian's artifact sword would be able to capture one's soul at first glance. It was transparent, with the colors of the sun. It was extremely gorgeous, extremely domineering, and also extremely luxurious. Both men and women and men could not resist it. "Next, we will test the sharpness of this treasured sword. The 4 of you can take out anything for it to cut," Yutai said. Song Tai. He Tai, and the sword. The sword, the sword. The World Society gathered 300 bloody black gold, sky devil meteoric iron, and golden beast soul. They paid a huge price and asked Master Yutai to lead more than a dozen blacksmiths to forge it. It could be said that this sword-slaying swordsmanship was Master Yutai's proudest work. It was definitely a famous sword in the world. This sword was also Song Chunhua's favorite in the past. The most exaggerated thing was that this sword weighed more than 1,300 kilograms. She came in front of Yang Dingtian, waved the 500 kilogram sword-slaying swordsmanship, and slashed down on Yang Dingtian's sword. Immediately, Yang Dingtian felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him. That kind of tearing air, and the whistling sound of empty tie pressing down on him caused him to be unable to breathe for an instant. Song Chunhua was very strong. She was much stronger than Duge Fengwu and Qin Huaiyu at their peak. Everyone's eyes were focused on Song Chunhua's sword-slaying swordsmanship. Compared to Yang Dingtian's sword, this sword-slaying swordsmanship was too huge. Everyone had a strong feeling that this sword in Yang Dingtian's hand would be smashed into pieces. Dang! A sharp and loud sound almost instantly pierced everyone's eardrums. Sparks burst out. Then, something that shocked everyone happened. The artifact sword in Yang Dingtian's hand was unscathed and wasn't damaged at all. Song Chunhua's sword-slaying swordsmanship was broken, and the upper half flew out, piercing through the thick wall and flying a few hundred meters. Song Chunhua was completely stunned. She had used this sword-slaying swordsmanship for a few years. In a head-on clash, this sword had never met any opponent. It was a synonym for indestructible. Right now, when facing this extremely beautiful artifact sword in Yang Dingtian's hand, the indestructible primal chaos heavy sword had actually broken and was sent flying away by the sword blade that was as thin as paper. As for that frighteningly beautiful sword, it was actually safe and sound. "I want this sword," Song Chunhua said resolutely. "No matter how much I have to pay, I want this sword." "No hurry," Master Yutai said. "The most important thing about a sword is its mystical qi. Everyone, please try this sword's mystical qi. Let's start with young Lord Song." Although Song Chunhua was a woman, she might not necessarily be the World Society's young lord. But almost everyone addressed her as young Lord Song. Song Chunhua's eyes were blazing as she took the sword in Yang Dingtian's hand with trembling hands. Yang Dingtian realized that she was wearing gloves on both hands. This was a very special glove, a mystical qi battle glove. Not only was it very soft and sturdy, but it could also channel mystical qi. Wearing this glove would not affect one's combat power at all. Song Chunhua held the sword tightly and injected mystical qi. Bang! A loud sound was heard, and the entire house shook. Fiery red flames burst out from the sword and rushed to the roof. Yang Dingtian was shocked. When Qin Huayu injected mystical qi into the sword's reaction was not so fierce. This Song Chunhua was indeed someone who was obsessed with weapons. Her reaction was completely compatible with the sword's reaction. Song Chunhua's eyes shone with a piercing light as she stared at the sword in her hand. It made people feel that no one could take this sword away from her. Of course she would be shocked. That was because her primal chaos heavy sword only had a mystical qi enhancement of 55%. And even 55% was already the best sword he had ever seen. Of course, there were a few swords in the world that had mystical qi enhancement of more than 70%, such as Qin Wancho's sword. But that sword was nurtured by Qin Wancho for a long time. When he first got that sword, the mystical qi enhancement was only 50%. But at this moment, the extremely beautiful sword was already 70 to 80% Xian qi enhancement, which was completely unheard of. "Mr. Xiao, don't sell this sword." Song Chunhua looked at Yang Dingtian and said resolutely. "No matter what price others offer, I will definitely pay more than them. As long as you sell this sword to me, I will be your friend forever. Tell me, what price do you want? As long as you say it, I will definitely give it to you." After saying that, Song Chunhua looked at everyone present with eyes full of fighting spirit. Her meaning was very clear. No one was to fight with her for this sword. Master Yutai stepped forward and said to Song Chunhua, "Young Master Song, this kind of divine weapon is destined to have an owner. So, what is yours will always be yours. So, let's follow the rules." After saying that, Master Yutai extended his hands towards her. Song Chunhua took a deep breath. Although she was very unwilling, she still placed the sword in Master Yutai's hands. "All right, everyone has seen that this sword's appearance is unparalleled. Its sharpness is unparalleled, its firmness is unparalleled, and its mystical qi enhancement is also unparalleled," Master Yutai said. "Then, everyone can start bidding. Take note that everyone can only bid once. Then, the owner of the sword, Mr. Xiao Jianwei, will decide whose bid he will accept." Song Chunhua did not speak. At this time, whoever spoke first would be at a disadvantage. "Pig slaying swordsmanship level 4. The middle-aged man bid again and said indifferently. Master Yutai immediately looked at the pretty girl with the devilishly hot body. The mysterious girl shook her head lightly. It was obvious that she was determined to get it, so she was not willing to bid first. Master Yutai's gaze landed on Ning Clan's young Madame Wumaji. "A 9th rank mystical skills scroll," Wumaji said indifferently. After hearing that, Everyone's breathing became heavy. A 9th rank mystical skill scroll. Ning Fan had once bid for the Yin Yang reincarnation crystal, but he had said that it was a 9th rank mystical skill scroll. Wu Maji had only said that it was a 9th rank mystical skill scroll. If it was a 9th rank mystical skill scroll, the world had not seen one for many years. It was truly priceless. Although 9th rank mystical skill scrolls were extremely rare, the world gathering in Northwest Qin City might have one or two of them. But even so, Wu Maji's bid was already shockingly high. In the eyes of many, a 9th rank mystical skill scroll was more valuable than a non-soul sword. Although a treasured sword could directly increase a person's martial power, it was still limited. On the other hand, a 9th rank mystical skill scroll could greatly increase a person's combat power, and there was a lot of room for improvement. Therefore, in the Primal Chaos mainland, weapons were not as valuable as mystical skill scrolls to high-level martial artists. After Wu Maji bid, Master Yutai's gaze landed on the mysterious girl and Song Chunhua. Both of them were determined to get the treasured sword, so they did not bid first. The two of them persisted for half an hour before Master Yutai said, "Both of you, time is precious. You will have to bid eventually." The mysterious girl gritted her teeth and said, "My bid is a map of a mystical flame. This mystical flame will bloom in 23 days. It is an Earth Grade 9 mystical flame." Once she said that, it was like a storm. The entire room was shocked. A map of a mystical flame? If that was true, then its value would be much higher than this treasured sword. This girl was so crazy to use a map of a mystical flame as her bid. Master Yutai's face trembled as he said to Yang Dingtian, "Mr. Xiao, we are unable to help you determine the authenticity of the map of a mystical flame here. You will have to make your own judgment." Yang Dingtian nodded and could not help but look at the mysterious girl. Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu's current destination was the demon area at the extreme north of the Rapture River. There happened to be a mystical flame there, and it was about to bloom. Without a doubt, the map of a mystical flame that this girl was talking about was the mystical flame in the demon area. However, Yang Dingtian did not know much about this mystical flame. He only knew that it was in the demon area, but the demon area was thousands of miles away. Yang Dingtian did not know its exact location. Therefore, he and Qin Huaiyu had to search thousands of miles. However, this girl actually said that she had a specific map, and she even knew the grade of the mystical flame clearly. Was she speaking the truth? Tonight was really strange and unpredictable. He did not know if the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was true. He also did not know if the map of a mystical flame was true. At this moment, Song Chunhua said, "How can you prove the authenticity of this mystical flame map?" "I cannot guarantee," the mysterious girl said. "The only thing I can guarantee is that this map will be given to the owner of the sword and not to a second person." Instantly, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu could not help but look at each other. Master Yutai looked at Song Chunhua and said, "Young Mr. Song, you have to make a bid." Song Chunhua fell into an intense struggle as she slowly closed her eyes. After a few minutes, Song Chunhua opened her eyes and said, "Mr. Xiao, I will give you a city. The southernmost jadeite city of my world society, with a territory of 200 miles and a population of 150,000. As long as you agree, Jadeite City will be yours." When Song Chunhua said that, everyone present was completely stunned. Was she crazy? It was just a sword, and she was actually using territory to exchange for it. Territory was the foundation of the chaotic world. Unless it was something of a strategic level like the Celestial Qi Condensation Purification Array, it was worth using territory to exchange for it. This girl was really crazy to use a territory of 200 miles to exchange for a sword. Therefore, after Song Chunhua made the bid, everyone present looked at her in disbelief. After making the bid, Song Chunhua heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I will definitely not regret the price that I have made." All 4 of them had made their bids. Master Yutai looked at young Dingtian and said, "Mr. Xiao Jianwei, now it is up to you to make the decision. Do you need me to give you some time and space?" Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes. Of course, out of the 4 bids, the one that moved him the most was undoubtedly the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. However, there was no doubt that it was a huge trap. If he jumped into it, it would be a dead end. Being blinded by greed was the most unacceptable thing. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. Immediately, Song Chunhua looked at Yang Dingtian with a burning gaze. Qin Huaiyu could not help but feel nervous. Even though he knew the answer, he could not help but feel nervous when faced with his own marriage. I have made my decision, Yang Dingtian said. Then, he held the sword and walked towards the person in front of him. After walking past the mysterious middle-aged man, he still looked at Yang Dingtian with a friendly smile and did not have any other reaction. After that, he walked past Ning Clan's young Madame Wumaji. At this moment, Yang Dingtian could faintly see the eyes behind the veil. It was just a glimpse, but the eyes behind the veil were like knives that were carved into Yang Dingtian's heart. Yang Dingtian instinctively stopped in his tracks. Wumaji's eyes were very, very beautiful. However, this was not the reason why Yang Dingtian lost his composure. Yang Dingtian lost his composure because this woman's eyes were vaguely familiar. It was even a little unforgettable, but he could not remember who it was. Moreover, this woman's glance was very strange. It was full of bewitching temptation, but also contained an incomparably complicated connotation. But when he looked carefully, he was completely unable to find it. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had almost forgotten what was going to happen next. He calmed himself down. Today's most important person was Song Chunhua. He immediately threw Wumaji's glance to the back of his mind. Yang Dingtian walked past Wumaji and arrived in front of Song Chunhua and the mysterious woman. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel Song Chunhua's rapid breathing and trembling hands. Yang Dingtian held the sword and handed it over to the mysterious woman. This sword is yours. Please give me the Mystic Flames map. Why? Song Chunhua spoke with an intense voice. Don't tell me my offer is not much higher than hers? The mysterious woman's breathing was rapid. Then, she received the sword with a slight surprise. Subsequently, she took out a scroll of parchment and handed it over to Yang Dingtian. Many thanks! The mysterious woman hugged the sword and left immediately. She went outside the window and tapped her foot lightly. Her devilish and fiery body was like a butterfly that instantly disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Qin Huaiyu was also stunned. This sword was obviously given to Song Chunhua. Why was it given to that mysterious woman in exchange for a Mystic Flames map? What exactly was Yang Dingtian trying to do? However, Qin Huaiyu quickly calmed down and acted as though he wasn't surprised. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian cupped his hands towards everyone and said to Qin Huaiyu, Let's go. Subsequently, he nodded his head and bade his farewell. Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu quickly disappeared into the night. Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu didn't stop. They immediately changed their appearances and arrived at a hidden courtyard. After entering the courtyard, Qin Huaiyu immediately spoke in a cold voice. Yang Dingtian, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you toying with me? Why? You can't wait to marry Song Chunhua now? Yang Dingtian laughed. Bullshit, Qin Huaiyu said. I don't want to be played. Explain the matter clearly. Yang Dingtian removed the mask on his face and took out another one from the jade box and put it on. Instantly, he became another person. Let's go. We'll openly pay a visit to Song Chunhua and propose for you, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu said. Propose my ass. Didn't you already give your sword to someone else? Yang Dingtian took out another sword and pulled it out. Instantly, the blade almost blinded Qin Huaiyu's eyes. He lightly wiped away the red mark on the blade, and 5 words were instantly revealed. I love Song Chunhua. This was the sword that was given to Song Chunhua. The sword that was auctioned earlier was just another sword. Qin Huaiyu looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. How many swords do you have? 2. Do you believe me? Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu stared at him and said, You man, where did you get such a sword? In a magnificent pavilion, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu formally requested to see Song Chunhua. Before the sword was auctioned, Song Chunhua's whereabouts were very secretive. However, after the failure of tonight's auction, she didn't hide her whereabouts at all, so Yang Dingtian easily saw her again. When Yang Dingtian saw her, she was practicing calligraphy. This was a very famous habit of hers. When she was incomparably angry, she would practice calligraphy. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would go berserk. Tell me, do you know where the treasured sword is? You have to be careful. I'm in a very bad mood today. If you lie, I will directly break your bones, Song Chunhua said coldly. After Yang Dingtian confirmed that there was no one around, he immediately bowed and said, Cloud Heaven City Lord Yang Dingtian greets Miss Song. Northwest Qin City's Qin Huaiyu greets Miss Song. Qin Huaiyu bowed. Song Chunhua was shocked. Her hand tightened, and the pen in her hand instantly shattered. She really didn't dare to believe that Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu would meet her here. After the shock, Song Chunhua put down the pen and bowed deeply towards Yang Dingtian, saying, World Society's Song Chunhua greets Cloud Heaven City Lord. To Qin Huaiyu, Song Chunhua only cupped her hands and bowed. She wasn't as respectful as she was to Yang Dingtian. Of course, this wasn't because she had any opinions about Qin Huaiyu. It was because Yang Dingtian was the Cloud Heaven City Lord. His status was comparable to the World Society's leader. And Qin Huaiyu was at most a young master. City Lord Yang, please take a seat. Song Chunhua let Yang Dingtian take a seat and then sat down to accompany him. After Yang Dingtian sat down, he said, Is Miss Song in a bad mood tonight? Song Chunhua nodded and said, I took a fancy to a sword that could be called the #1 sword in the world, but it was stolen by someone else. Song Chunhua was indeed more open and upright than a man. She could even say this kind of thing openly. Immediately Yang Dingtian stood up from his seat and bowed deeply towards Song Chunhua, saying, There is something that I need Miss Song's forgiveness for. Only then can I speak. Song Chunhua frowned slightly and said, City Lord Yang, please speak. Yang Dingtian said, The person who sold the sword, Xiao Jianwei, is me. Song Chunhua was shocked and stood up abruptly, saying, It's actually you? City Lord Yang, although I have never seen you before, I have been friends with you for a long time. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Why would you do something so secretive? From her expression, Song Chunhua was filled with disappointment towards Yang Dingtian. I am ashamed. Yang Dingtian then took out a specially forged sword and handed it to Song Chunhua, saying, This sword was given to Miss Song from thousands of miles away. The one just now was just a replacement. Song Chunhua's expression shook. She took the sword and pulled it out. Immediately, light shone in all directions. Without a doubt, this sword was more outstanding than the one in the small auction. It was more powerful and domineering. Finally, Song Chunhua's gaze fell on the 5 words on the blade. I love Song Chunhua. Immediately, her eyes trembled and then quickly became cold and sharp. She looked at Yang Dingtian, saying, City Lord Yang, what do these 5 words mean? Although you are a peerless talent in the world, you might be invincible in 10 years. But today, if I want to kill you, it will be as easy as turning over my hand. If you can't explain clearly, don't blame me for being merciless. Yang Dingtian said, This is a betrothal sword. Here, the Northwest Qin City's young Lord Qin Huaiyu is proposing marriage to Miss Song from the World Society. Qin Huaiyu's body trembled when he heard the proposal. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became strange. This tigress from the World Society was so powerful. Even if Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu worked together, they might not be her match. If he really married her, she would be the #1 tigress in the world. Song Chunhua stared coldly at Yang Dingtian and said, City Lord Yang, I will only ask you one question. Did you forge this sword or did Qin Huaiyu forge it? Immediately, Yang Dingtian was stunned. Chapter 392. I forged it, Yang Dingtian said. You forged this priceless sword and gave it to me just to ask for Qin Huaiyu's hand in marriage? Song Chunhua asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. Why? Song Chunhua asked. Because I need the help of Northwest Qin City and the World Society, Yang Dingtian said. If you need the help of the World Society, why don't you ask for my hand in marriage, but for Qin Huaiyu? Song Chunhua asked aggressively. I already have a wife, Yang Dingtian said. You already have a wife, but you still married Qin Jiaojiao. That's not a reason, Song Chunhua said. Of course, my appearance and attitude aren't a reason either. I believe that at this level of marriage, the woman's appearance is no longer important. Even if she's not a woman, it doesn't matter. Yang Dingtian suddenly realized why the other children of the World Society's leader were not outstanding. Because Song Chunhua was too aggressive, anyone who stood in front of her would feel a great deal of mental pressure. City Lord Yang, please take a seat, Song Chunhua said. I can tell you that I admire City Lord Yang very much. I've thought of you as a hero for a long time. If you have anything to say, please say it directly. If you trust me, please don't hide anything. Perhaps this is the best way. Yang Dingtian returned to his seat and took a deep breath. Miss Song, I do need the help of the World Society, but the person who needs it the most is Qin Huaiyu, Yang Dingtian said. His position and even his life are already in danger. Therefore, the marriage with the World Society is extremely important to Qin Huaiyu. It could even save his life. Why? Song Chunhua said. I know that City Lord Qin thinks highly of Qin Chichi recently, but I feel that it's to train young Lord Qin Huaiyu. After all, for more than 10 years, everyone thinks that Qin City's young lord is Qin Huaiyu. Although I don't have a good impression of young Lord Qin, I can't deny that young Lord Qin is much more outstanding than my younger brothers. In the future, when he takes control of the Northwest Qin City, even though he might not be as domineering as City Lord Qin, it won't be a problem for him to continue growing stronger. I don't see any possibility of City Lord Qin establishing another Qin Chichi. So, City Lord Yang Dingtian, aren't you exaggerating a little? Song Chunhua stared at Yang Dingtian. No! In fact, Qin Huaiyu's situation is even more dangerous than I said, Yang Dingtian said. Please speak, Song Chunhua said. It's best if you can give me a very trustworthy reason. Otherwise, my impression of you will change a lot. Because Qin Chichi represents the evil ways, and Qin Wancho represents the Taiando League. Yang Dingtian. Qin Chichi's fiancé is the young master of the Ning clan in the South Sea, Ning Wuming. This person is a loyal dog of the young master of the Temple of Annihilation, Li Ming. As for Qin Huaiyu, because of his coincidental collusion with me, he was helplessly placed on the Taiando League's side. Currently, City Lord Qin Wancho is not optimistic about the Taiando League, so the scales in his heart have gradually shifted to the evil ways side. Once he officially chooses the evil ways side, then Qin Huaiyu's head will be handed over as proof of his allegiance. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Song Chunhua suddenly stood up. A powerful battle intent instinctively soared to the sky. She looked at Qin Huaiyu and said, Is City Lord Yang's words true? At this moment, Qin Huaiyu smiled bitterly and said, My failure in the Dongli grasslands and my failure in scheming against Cloud Heaven City have made my father even more disappointed in me. My current position in Qin City is already inferior to Qin Chichi's, let alone the power I hold. To be honest, I have also colluded with the evil ways. I don't want to stand on Yang Dingtian's side, but I really don't have a choice. I'm asking if it's true that Qin Chichi represents the evil ways and that the Ning clan of the South Sea is the pawn of the Temple of Annihilation? Song Chunhua asked. You should ask Yang Dingtian about this, Qin Huaiyu said. He's the only one in this world who knows about this. I'm the second, and you're probably the third. Song Chunhua suddenly looked at Yang Dingtian. City Lord Yang, is what you said true? The Temple of Annihilation has really appeared again? Yang Dingtian nodded. Song Chunhua's breathing suddenly became heavy, and the flames in her eyes burned fiercely. She said, What do you have to prove the truth of your words? I don't have proof, Yang Dingtian said. Even if what you said is true, even if the Temple of Annihilation has appeared again, what qualifications do you have to control the marriage between the World Society and the Qin City? Song Chunhua continued to be aggressive. You're only the City Lord of Cloud Heaven City, and your power isn't even 1/10 of the World Society or the Northwest Qin City. What right do you have to worry about the matters of the Northwest Qin City and the World Society? Let's not talk about other things. Just based on the rise and fall of the world and everyone's responsibility, I can't sit back and watch the Northwest Qin City fall into the hands of the evil ways. This will lead to a drastic change in the entire Northwest continent. Under the influence of the World Society, they will also choose to fall into the hands of the evil ways. Once the Northwest continent falls, the entire world won't be far from falling. Yang Dingtian said. The entire West has two pillars, the Northwest Qin City and the World Society. I can't sit back and watch the Northwest and the North completely change. City Lord Yang, you're very outstanding, Song Chunhua said, but I think it's very laughable for a fish and shrimp to control the fate of a dragon. I don't mean to offend you, but no matter if it's you or Cloud Heaven City, you're all fish and shrimp in front of the World Society and the Northwest Qin City. The one controlling this matter should be the hidden sect master. At the very least, it should be the Yin-Yang School's Dong Fang Minmi or the Black Heaven Sect's Zhu Qing Zhu. At the very least, it should be Master Ling Qingqin or Fairy Dong Fang Bingling. These people are currently the mainstays of the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian instantly fell into silence. The people Song Chunhua mentioned could be said to be the hope of the Tiando League, the hope of the entire world. But at this moment, all of them had already fallen and been destroyed. No one knew the secret except for Yang Dingtian. So, please forgive me for being blunt. You've already disappointed me greatly. I've already decided to chase you away. Please take this sword and leave. Song Chunhua said. I just want to ask, what right do you, City Lord Yang Dingtian, have to control the fate of the World Society and the Northwest Qin City? Instantly, Qin Huayu's expression became slightly ugly. Yang Dingtian fell into silence again. Senior Qin, please leave for a while. I have something to say to Miss Song in private, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huayu was startled. Then, he nodded and left the room. In the room, only Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua were left. The two of them fell into a short silence. Miss Song, are you loyal to the Tiando League? Yang Dingtian asked. I'm loyal to justice, Song Chunhua said sternly. There are many things in the Tiando League that disgust me. If you could only choose between the evil ways and the Tiando League, which side would you choose? Yang Dingtian asked. Tiando League, Song Chunhua said coldly. I will fight to the death with the evil ways. I will never compromise. Moreover, the Tiando League is the Tiando League of the Hidden Sect, not some ambitious people's Tiando League. I will always believe that the Hidden Sect represents justice in the world. I will always believe in the nobility and purity of the Hidden Sect. One day, when the entire world falls into enemy hands and everyone decides to leave the Tiando League and surrender to the evil ways, what will you do? Yang Dingtian asked. Like a moth to a flame, I will die. If there is no justice in a person's heart, if I don't have faith, I will be like a walking corpse. Song Chunhua said. Even if the entire World Society, my father, and my family all surrender, I will not surrender. Even if everyone in the world surrenders, I will not surrender. Among the younger generation in this world, I may not be number one in terms of martial prowess or talent, but in terms of loyalty, I will definitely be number one. Yang Dingtian fell into silence again. After a long time, he said indifferently, some things are not as simple as just saying. Seeing Yang Dingtian's attitude, Song Chunhua was instantly furious. He slashed his palm with his sword and blood spurted out. Boom! The flames on his body burned fiercely. Song Chunhua swore word by word. The 2 moons and 2 suns in the sky above, the god of chaos below. I, Song Chunhua of the World Society, will always be loyal to justice and the hidden sect. I will never compromise with the evil ways. I will fight the evil ways to the end, even if I am the last person. If I violate this oath, let the two suns burn my soul, let the god of chaos bury my body, and let me never reincarnate. Then Song Chunhua stared at Yang Dingtian with a burning gaze and said coldly, City Lord Yang, you can question everything about me. But if anyone dares to question my fighting spirit against the evil ways, then no matter who he is, the sword in my hand will definitely help me get back the honor that belongs to me. Suddenly, Song Chunhua looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes full of raging flames. As long as there was a disagreement, her sword would immediately slash down. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Miss Song, just now you asked why I, a fish and shrimp, am controlling the future of the world society and the Northwest Chin City. I, a fish and shrimp, am controlling the fate of the Northwest continent and the North. This is because other than me, there is no one else. Suddenly, Song Chunhua trembled violently. What do you mean? Song Chunhua's body trembled violently. Dongfang Bingling is no longer here. I watched her disappear with my own eyes. Marshal Uncle Ling Qinchin is no longer here. I watched her get killed with my own eyes. My master is no longer with us, Meng Hao said. He died in the northern reaches glaciers. I watched him die. Zhu Qingzhu is also no longer here. He had already fallen to the evil ways long ago. Marshal Uncle Shimen Wuya was killed by his soul-devouring Xian energy. Following Yang Dingtian's every word, Song Chunhua's face turned pale. Her body trembled, and she retreated step by step. These people were undoubtedly the mainstays of the Tiando League. But these people were all no longer here. Then the fate of the Tiando League? The Northwest Chin City's Qin Wancho was a fierce and ambitious person, but he could not be counted on. He would fight for his own ambitions, but he would not fight for the justice of the Tiando League. The World Society's Song Xiao, Song Chunhua's father, could not be counted on either. He was the same type of person as Qin Wancho, but he was not as ambitious as Qin Wancho. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's master, the Earth-splitting city's master. These people were all unreliable. There were only 3.5 people who had firm beliefs and were absolutely righteous. They could be the pillars of justice in the world. The leader of the hidden sect, the leader of the Yinyang school, and the former leader of Cloud Sky City, Shimen Wuya. Ling Qinchin was half of them, and now, Dongfang Bingling was half of them. No, you're lying, you're lying! We still have the hidden sect, the supreme hidden sect, the absolutely powerful and absolutely righteous hidden sect. Song Chunhua said, As long as the hidden sect exists, the Tiando League will not die. The justice of the world will not be forgotten. Evil ways will not be able to destroy the world. Yang Dingtian said, The hidden sect once had 2 people, Suwu Piaoling and Dongfang Bingling. Dongfang Bingling is Suwu's successor? Song Chunhua asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. She's no longer here? Song Chunhua asked with a trembling voice. She's no longer here, Yang Dingtian said. Then we still have Suwu. She was the savior 200 years ago, and she's still the savior now. She's the pillar that holds up the sky. Song Chunhua said sternly. Suwu is also no longer here. I watched her disappear with my own eyes, Yang Dingtian said. Pfft. Suddenly, Song Chunhua spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. No, you're lying, Song Chunhua shouted before she fainted. Suwu Piaoling, or more accurately, the illusory hidden sect. It was Song Chunhua's belief, the spiritual leader, that she fought for her life. The persistence of justice was Song Chunhua's spiritual pillar. In the world, the most persistent and loyal person was none other than Song Chunhua, the heroine among women. Now all of her pillars had collapsed. Therefore, she almost collapsed on the ground. Yang Dingtian helped her up, put a pill into her mouth, and channeled his celestial qi into her. After a moment, Song Chunhua opened her eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. No, you're lying. Yang Dingtian took out the reflection stone from his chest. although there was only a short scene on it. Su Wu Piao Ling became the Queen Devil Queen, and Dong Fang Bingling became the Demon Princess Mu Dan, instantly stabbing Ling Qingshan to death. Then, the two spread out their evil and terrifying wings, flew to the horizon and disappeared. However, this short scene was enough to prove everything. Song Chunhua was completely stupefied. After a long time, her eyes turned slightly and said, Then what about the other people in the hidden sect? There's no more. There's only one person in each generation of the hidden sect. Previously it was Su Wu Piaoling, and then it was Dong Fang Bingling. Both of them are gone. There's almost no one left in the hidden sect, Yang Dingtian said. There's no one left. Even if there's only one, even if it's a floor cleaner? Song Chunhua said with a trembling voice. No, isn't there still the hidden sect's disciple, Wu Ming? Wu Ming is fake, Yang Dingtian said. You're lying, Song Chunhua said sternly. He knows lightning-type mystic skills and the hidden sect's unique sword technique. How can he be fake? Yang Dingtian, don't slander him. Because Wu Ming. I'm impersonating him, Yang Dingtian said. Impossible, you dare to lie to me, I'll kill you. Song Chunhua suddenly pulled out her sword, and her entire body was filled with fighting spirit. Suddenly, the porcelain in the room was smashed into pieces. Yang Dingtian flicked his finger lightly. A bolt of lightning struck out. Lightning-type mystic skill, demonic sky split. Song Chunhua was stunned. She looked at the lightning that struck her sword, and her eyes were filled with despair. All her fighting spirit disappeared completely. Is there really no one left in the hidden sect? Song Chunhua sobbed. There's one more, Yang Dingtian said. Who? Song Chunhua asked. Me, Yang Dingtian said. You. You're a fake. You said so yourself? Song Chunhua said. Yes, I did impersonate him, Yang Dingtian said. But before the Nihility Piaoling sect master changed, she passed the position of hidden sect master to me. Of course, it's just a title, and a crystal sword. There's nothing else. I didn't learn any martial arts from her, and I didn't read any books from the hidden sect. I didn't even set foot in the hidden sect's secret world. Then, Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. You asked me, as a small shrimp, why do I have to worry about such a big matter? Why do I try to decide the fate of the World Union and Qin City? Why do I try to control the Northwest continent and the North? That's because I'm probably the only person left in charge of the Tiando League. I don't have a choice. You're the only one left? Song Chunhua said with a trembling voice. Then who's in charge of the evil ways now? Many, Yang Dingtian said. Temple of Annihilation's young master Li Ming, Great Grand Master. The demonized Nihility Piaoling sect master is now the Queen Devil Queen, Saint. Evil Ways' Princess Mu Dan, former Dong Fang Bingling sect master, is close to Great Grand Master. Xiantian sect's Xu Qinzhu, Great Grand Master. Temple of Blood's Master Duga Xiao, Great Grand Master. Joyous Palace's Master Gudu Roar, Great Grand Master. Every time Yang Dingtian said a name, Song Chunhua would tremble and her face would turn pale. Of course, these are only confirmed. There are still some uncertain ones who are about to fall. Northwest Qin City's Master Qin Wan Chou, Great Grand Master. Hades's Master Wu Yu, Half Saint. Your father, Song Xiao, is close to Great Grand Master. Xiantian Pavilion's Master, Earth-Splitting City's Master, and a few others are uncertain and may fall at any time, Yang Dingtian said. At the very most, the Great Grand Masters who are completely on the Tiando League's side are all gone. Perhaps only the Yinyang School's Grand Elder is left. However, he may not have long to live and he's only a Great Grand Master. Hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Song Chunhua trembled and said, The disparity between the two sides is so great. Then there's no need to fight the battle of extinction. Evil Ways will directly rule the world. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Now those who are truly on my side are probably the 3 martial honors in Cloud Sky City and Wooden Sword Fort's Master Li Gainong, who's also a martial honor. There's also Qin Huaiyu, who has no choice but to take a side, who's also a martial honor. Our so-called righteous side is probably only Great Grandmaster Yao Rao. However, even she probably has some secrets in her heart. Then Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Now, behind the evil ways, there are about 7 or 8 great grandmasters and close to 2 half-saints. On my side, there are about 3 to 5 martial honors. Probably any one of them can crush all of us to death. In the primal chaos continent's tens of thousands of years of history, there probably hasn't been a battle of extinction that has such a disparity in power. Then, why don't they crush you to death? Song Chunhua asked. A cat playing with a mouse, only biting and eating it after it's done. Also, there's the evil ways Princess Mudan, who used to be Dongfang Bingling, who wants to kill me in the martial arts competition 3 years later, Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian looked at Song Chunhua and said with a smile, You wanted me to be frank with you, so I told you the cruel truth. Now let me ask you, do you still want to join my side? Do you want to join my team of ants? Song Chunhua's eyes burned as she looked at Yang Dingtian. Joining your side, no matter how I look at it, will end up being trampled to death. No, you might be crushed to death by a finger, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. All right, then let's be crushed to death together, Song Chunhua said with a smile. Then, she knelt down on one knee in front of Yang Dingtian and kissed his scabbard. She said with a serious expression, I, Song Chunhua, am willing to forever be loyal to justice, loyal to the Tiando League, loyal to the hidden sect. I will forever fight against the evil ways, even if I have to pay with my life. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He only asked for Song Chunhua and Qin Huaiyu's marriage, but he didn't expect Song Chunhua to kneel down and swear loyalty. Qin Huaiyu's life and death were so close, but he didn't have any intention of swearing loyalty. He only wanted to be allies with Yang Dingtian, mutually benefiting each other. This Song Chunhua actually chose to kneel down and swear loyalty. One had to know that she was now much stronger than Yang Dingtian, and the forces in her hands were also much stronger than Yang Dingtian's. This person was far more righteous and noble than the legend said. Even if Yang Dingtian was just an empty shell of the hidden sect master, she still chose to swear loyalty. Even if Yang Dingtian didn't have anything to prove that he was the hidden sect master. Suddenly Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, Aren't you afraid that I'm impersonating the hidden sect master? I'll only say that I'm loyal to the hidden sect and to justice, Song Chunhua said. If one day I find out that you're not, I'll naturally kill you. Moreover, by impersonating the hidden sect master at this time, perhaps you don't want to die quickly enough. That's right. Evil ways were now overflowing with power. Whoever pretended to be the hidden sect master would probably wear a halo of destruction above their head, the kind that would destroy themselves. Then, what do you think about the marriage with Qin Huaiyu? Yang Dingtian asked. I won't marry for the rest of my life, Song Chunhua said resolutely. But I can find a beautiful younger sister, my father's first daughter, to marry Qin Huaiyu. Similarly, the world society can be connected to the northwest Qin city through marriage. Yang Dingtian instantly frowned slightly. This way, the effect would be much worse than Song Chunhua marrying Qin Huaiyu. Don't force me. I'd rather die than marry, Song Chunhua said. I can swear loyalty to the hidden sect, even if I have to give up my life. But you can't trample on my dignity and pride. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I respect any choice you make. Also, there's something I might need your help with. Please speak, Song Chunhua said. I can make half of the decisions for the world society. Around 80 days later, Qin Chichi's army of 100,000 will return from the southwest continent and attack my Cloud Sky City. I don't know how many master stage experts she'll bring, but it'll definitely be a lot, Yang Dingtian said. This will probably be our Tiando League's first battle. If we lose this battle, there's no need to talk about saving the world in the future. I hope you can come and help when the time comes. Song Chunhua nodded and said, I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee how many people I'll bring. Just like you said, my father's mind is uncertain, and he might not even put you, the cloud sky city lord, in his eyes. I'm already extremely grateful that you can come, Yang Dingtian said. Song Chunhua hesitated for a moment and said, City Lord Yang, forgive me for being blunt. How confident are you in facing Qin Chichi in 80 days? From what I see, the disparity in power between both sides is too great. I don't seem to see any hope of winning. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and said, I'm about 60% confident. If I can get something, I'm 80% confident. I'll kill Qin Chichi's army of 100,000 and thoroughly hurt Qin Wancho, forcing him to give up on Qin Chichi and choose to stand on Qin Huayu's side, on our side. Therefore, this battle is extremely important. We can only win, we can't lose. 60%? Song Chunhua's eyes lit up and said, 30% is worth risking our lives. What do you need? Tell me. Demon Spirit Heart, Yang Dingtian said. Song Chunhua trembled and said, This is used to create battle puppet demons. That's right, Yang Dingtian said. I have a secret weapon against Qin Chichi's army of 100,000 that can crush them to pieces. As for the Grandmaster experts that Qin Chichi brought, this battle puppet demon is my secret weapon. But the battle puppet demon is evil, Song Chunhua said. As long as there's light in the heart, even if it's in hell, it's still light and righteous, Yang Dingtian said. But we don't have a Grandmaster level corpse, Song Chunhua said. We do, Yang Dingtian said. Who? Marshal Uncle Ling Qinchin, Yang Dingtian said. I watched him die in front of my eyes. He was the one who asked me to make him into a battle puppet demon as a secret weapon to determine victory. Song Chunhua's eyes immediately revealed a look of disbelief. After a long time, she muttered to herself, Demon Spirit Heart! Any rare treasure in the world, regardless of evil or righteous. If you can't buy it in the merchant palace, you definitely can't buy it anywhere else. 3 days later, the auction in the demon city might be our only hope. If you really have it, I will do my best to help you obtain it. Many thanks, Yang Dingtian said. But what about the 4th stage of the pig-slaying sword art? That's the most important thing to you, Song Chunhua said. Ignore it, it should be a trap, Yang Dingtian said. We only have one goal, and that is the demon spirit heart. Chapter 393. Qin Huayu, you can come in, Yang Dingtian said loudly. A moment later, Qin Huayu walked in and looked directly at Yang Dingtian. Song Chunhua is not willing to marry you, Yang Dingtian said bluntly. Qin Huayu's expression darkened slightly, and then he showed an understanding smile. But she is willing to marry her most beautiful and favored sister to you, Yang Dingtian said. So, you can still marry world society. Qin Huayu was stunned and didn't know whether to smile happily or dejectedly. Qin Huayu came in front of Song Chunhua and bowed. Thank you, Miss Song. You don't need to thank me. I didn't do it for you, Song Chunhua said bluntly. Yang Dingtian. All right, this matter is settled. From now on, the 3 of us will advance and retreat together, resist the evil ways, and stop the changes in the northwest continent and the northern lands. Then there's only one thing we need to focus on, and that is to obtain the demon spirit heart no matter the cost. This is related to the success or failure of our first battle with the evil Dao. It's the key to defeating Qin Chichi and the evil Dao's experts. Miss Song, according to your estimation, will there be a demon spirit heart in this auction? City Lord Yang, please call me by my name, Song Chunhua said. In the past 10 years, I have participated in almost every auction of the Shang Palace. There are a total of 4. 2 of them have demon spirit hearts. One time, the demon spirit heart had been sold in a small private auction. The other one didn't have one. Yang Dingtian immediately relaxed. Only one of the 4 auctions didn't have a demon spirit heart. It seemed that the probability was very high. Song Chunhua explained. Although demon spirit hearts are extremely rare, they are still priceless. So many forces in the world have sent experts to the world cracks to hunt demon spirits. Unless it is a private transaction, there will definitely be one. Demon Spirit Heart. It was not like the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, which was formed by nature and was extremely rare. It was also not like the chaos demon turbidity, which required hundreds or thousands of alchemists to refine for decades. The demon spirit heart was obtained through direct hunting. Mo Ling. It was an extremely powerful half-energy creature that lived in the cracks of the void. Why was it called a half-energy creature? It was because its 4 limbs were made of terrifying darkness metal. However, his other bodies were completely made of energy. This kind of creature, from the moment it was born, roamed the darkness, chattering incessantly at every moment, making sounds that no one could understand. It was as if it had countless complaints, and it was filled with ruthlessness and anger at all times. It was hostile to almost everything. However, it was incomparably powerful and mysterious. Most importantly, it was mainly composed of energy, so it was almost immortal. In order to hunt demon spirits, one needed a very, very strong and professional team. They needed the best alchemists, mental energy masters, experts of the 4 types of mystic techniques, and people with mystic flames. They also needed many powerful cannon fodder. Therefore, the process of hunting devil spirits each time was bloody. Who knew how many people would die? However, there were still powerful organizations that took the risk to hunt demon spirits. This was because once he succeeded, it would bring about incomparably rich results. Mo Ling's entire body was practically a supreme treasure. Its 4 limbs were used to forge swords. In terms of firmness and sharpness, it was on par with bloody black gold. The most terrifying thing was that the darkness metal in its 4 limbs could almost resist most mystic technique damage and was immune to most mystic technique attacks. This was too heaven-defying. Therefore, if someone was rich enough to use the demon spirit black gold melted from the demon spirit's 4 limbs to forge armor, then he would have an almost heaven-defying defense. Of course, there might not be anyone in this world who could be so extravagant. After all, the demon spirit black gold refined from the 4 limbs of a demon spirit would not exceed half a caddy. To make a complete set of armor, one would probably have to kill hundreds of demon spirits. And in the past 10 years, there would not be more than a dozen adult demon spirits that had been discovered. After a demon spirit died, its eyes would turn into 2 gems. These 2 gems also had an almost heaven-defying effect. Once a mental energy master had the demon spirit eyes, he could cast a powerful demon spirit technique, control a powerful martial artist, and create a huge illusion. It could be said that a 9th-grade mental energy master with 2,000-year demon spirit eyes could kill an army of tens of thousands of people by himself. He could control this army to kill each other until everyone died. The demon spirit's body was composed of a special kind of energy. After the demon spirit died, this kind of energy would dissipate. But if time was right, this kind of energy could be collected, known as the demon spirit fog. If a special carrier was used to lock the demon spirit fog into the clothes, then this clothes could be worn on the body, and one could teleport. That's right. It could teleport. Because the demon spirit had a very powerful skill, which was teleportation. The older the demon spirit, the further the distance it could teleport. If one could collect the energy fog of 10,000-year demon spirits, and make a special demon spirit clothing, then one could teleport nearly 1,000 meters. Imagine, if an expert could teleport 1,000 meters, how terrifying would that be? The demon spirit's final treasure was the demon spirit heart. The effect of the demon spirit heart was very direct. As long as it was placed on any corpse, the corpse would be resurrected. Of course, this resurrected corpse would retain the demon spirit heart's extremely brutal instinct, invincible and selfless, leaving only the instinct to kill. Therefore, to create a perfect puppet battle demon, it also needed a strong enough puppet battle soul to suppress the brutality of the demon spirit heart. In this way, the creator could control the powerful puppet battle soul to fight. All the things on the demon spirit's body were priceless. Therefore, once the demon spirit was hunted, it would undoubtedly become one of the final treasures of the auction. Young Master Qin, if I remember correctly, your father also personally led a team to hunt the demon spirit, right? Song Chunhua suddenly said. Qin Huaiyu nodded and said, That's right, a master was crippled, 2 masters were seriously injured, and 5 martial venerables died. He successfully hunted an 800-year demon spirit. Yang Dingtian was immediately shocked. For an 800-year demon spirit, they actually paid such a terrible price. Only the northwest Qin city could afford such a price. No wonder everything on Mo Ling's body was priceless. What about the demon spirit heart? Song Chunhua asked. It has already been used, Qin Huaiyu said. Don't tell me which corpse it was used on. I don't know either. In fact, I don't even know where the demon spirit's limbs, eyes, and fog are. In any case, I didn't get a single treasure from the demon spirit, Song Chunhua said. My father originally planned to bring people to hunt the demon spirit, but after hearing the price City Lord Qin Wancho paid, he gave up on this plan. My father only went to hunt once, and then he gave up. The price was too great, Qin Huaiyu said. Yang Ditian looked at Song Chunhua and said, Chunhua, how many treasures are there in total in the auction every year? 30, Song Chunhua said. So, none of them are not treasures. Weapons can be considered the least valuable ones. Then before the auction, will these treasures be announced to the outside world? Yang Dingtian asked. Absolutely not, Song Chunhua said. Only when the seller conducts a small-scale private auction will the Shang Palace announce the treasures to buyers who are interested in such treasures. How is your relationship with the Shang Palace of the Demon City? Yang Dingtian asked. It's okay. Because I'm their loyal buyer, the price I spent here is astronomical, so my level is still relatively high, Song Chunhua said. Then go and inquire if there is a demon spirit heart in this auction. They don't need to tell you directly, a very vague hint will do, Yang Dingtian said. The value of this demon spirit heart is too high. I'm afraid the competition will be very fierce. If there is a demon spirit heart, then in the next 3 days, we will do everything possible to gather the astronomical amount of money needed for the auction. Yes. Song Chunhua got up and walked outside. Yang Dingtian, I suspect that my father used the treasures on the demon spirit on Qin Chichi. Qin Huaiyu suddenly said. At least 1 or 2 of them. Yang Dingtian nodded. So you can bet on me, but it's best not to have too much hope, Qin Huaiyu said. As long as there is a slight possibility, we have to put in 120% of our effort, Yang Dingtian said. Then, the 2 of them were silent. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu said, How did you convince Song Chunhua? She actually follows your lead. I'm really in awe and astonished. Yang Dingtian turned to look at Qin Huaiyu and said, Because she is incomparably loyal to justice and to the hidden sect. About 2 hours later, Song Chunhua came back. City Lord Yang, there is a demon spirit heart, Song Chunhua said. But the seller is very mysterious, and he is unwilling to stop the private small-scale auction. He wants to bid in the big auction. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. It was good to have the demon spirit heart. Then, all that was left was to fight for this priceless treasure. This thing was too important to Yang Dingtian. It directly determined the life and death of Cloud Sky City in 80 days. So, even if he had to pay a huge price, Yang Dingtian had to get it. Chunhua, what was the price of the demon spirit heart in the past years? Yang Dingtian asked. 5 million devil coins, Song Chunhua said. Devil coins? What is that? Yang Dingtian said. Such a priceless thing can be bought with money? Devil coins are the special currency of the demon city. This kind of currency can't be used in any circulation, and it can't be exchanged with gold coins, Song Chunhua said. But this kind of devil coins can be used to buy territories, air armies, sea fleets, cities, ancient epic artifacts, 8th and 9th grade martial arts manuals, 8th and 9th grade mystical skill manuals, 9th grade pills, and so on. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. This devil coin was completely omnipotent. Almost anything in the world that couldn't be traded could be bought with it. Compared to the gold coins of the Tiendo League, or even the purple crystal coins, devil coins were more powerful and terrifying. Who was behind this Demon City Chamber of Commerce? Song Chunhua continued. Any force can come to the Demon City Chamber of Commerce to exchange for devil coins. There are secret manuals, top-grade pills, epic weapons, territories, soldiers, flying demon mounts, and so on. The Demon City Chamber of Commerce will issue the same amount of devil coins as the forces of the world exchange for strategic items. So, for nearly 1,000 years, devil coins have been strong. Yang Dingtian raised his eyebrows and said, Then, could this Demon City Chamber of Commerce be built by evil ways? No, Song Chunhua said. Because the history of the Demon City Chamber of Commerce is much earlier than the evil ways and the Tiendo League. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. This Demon City's merchant palace was truly mysterious. Of course, even if the Demon City Chamber of Commerce wasn't powerful, as long as it had the original records of devil coins, it was invincible. No force would dare to do anything to it. This was because the Demon City Chamber of Commerce represented the interests of all the major forces in the world. Whether it was the Tiendo League or the evil ways, the Demon City Chamber of Commerce had a huge amount of wealth. Once the Demon City Chamber of Commerce was destroyed, the devil coins in the hands of all the forces would be completely useless. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was surprised to find that there was such an economic organization that was above the evil ways and the Tiendo League. Of course, it couldn't be said to be above, but detached and independent. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that the economic empire controlled by West Prefecture City's Qinmingli was extremely powerful. He also thought that the central bank of the Tiendo League was extremely powerful. Compared to the Demon City Chamber of Commerce, it was child's play. How much is 5 million devil coins equivalent to? Yang Dingtian asked. Qin Huayu said. How much did you spend on the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art that you got from the auction in West Prefecture City? It seems to be a few 100 million gold coins, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huayu said. If an 8th grade Mystic Skill Manual is exchanged at the Demon City Chamber of Commerce, it should be worth 30,000 devil coins. My God! Yang Dingtian exclaimed in his heart. Song Chunhua said. A 3,000-man, fully armed elite cavalry army is worth about 300,000 devil coins. My God! Yang Dingtian exclaimed in his heart again. In other words, an army like the Black Blood Cavalry needed 50,000 people to exchange for a devil spirit heart. This was a completely abnormal price. No sect leader would make such a deal. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Next, let's count our assets. I have 300,000 devil coins at the Demon City Chamber of Commerce. With my credit rating, I can loan out 500,000 devil coins, Song Chunhua said. So, I have 800,000 devil coins in cash. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Huayu. I only have 100,000 devil coins at the Demon City Chamber of Commerce. With my credit rating, I can only loan out 200,000, Qin Huayu said. The reason why there was such a big difference between him and Song Chunhua was that he was not a regular customer of the Demon City Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, his status in Qin City was not as high as Song Chunhua's in the world society. I don't think I have any devil coins at the Demon City Chamber of Commerce. I don't know how much I can loan out with my credit rating, Yang Dingtian said. I should be able to loan out 50,000, Song Chunhua said. Yang Dingtian almost wanted to curse out loud. She was looking down on him. Was the dignified Cloud Sky City Lord worth so little devil coins? The three of them added up to only 1,100,000 devil coins. Even if the Devil Spirit Heart was worth 8 million, there was still a gap of 6 million devil coins. Song Chunhua said. We need to sell all the treasures we have and exchange them for devil coins at the Demon City Chamber of Commerce. I have a set of 8th grade Superior Martial Skill Scrolls, 2 8th grade Mystic Skill Scrolls, and 3 8th grade Superior Beast Soul Elixirs, Yang Dingtian said. I have an ice elemental mystic talisman and 3 ninth grade elixirs. There are also some holy water elixirs that can almost bring the dead back to life. There are also a few 8th grade and 9th grade scrolls. 9th grade scrolls? Song Chunhua exclaimed. 9th grade scrolls can't be sold. Yes, I can't sell it because it's not even mine, Yang Dingtian said. Song Chunhua said, You have an ice elemental mystic talisman? Yang Dingtian nodded. Song Chunhua said, Then, it's very valuable. Then, Song Chunhua looked at Qin Huayu. I didn't bring anything. Qin Huayu said, I only have this. Qin Huayu took out something that looked like a crystal jade piece. It was extremely beautiful, and it was constantly flashing with beautiful lightning. What he took out was a thunder elemental mystic talisman. You're also selling this? Yang Ditian exclaimed. A thunder elemental mystic talisman represented the identity of a fake disciple of the hidden sect. Qin City had spent an astronomical price to buy the qualification to impersonate a hidden sect disciple. Although the demon spirit heart was priceless, it was not on the same level as the yin-yang reincarnation crystal and the mystic chi condensation formation. The yin-yang reincarnation crystal and the mystic chi condensation formation were completely strategic. For example, the demon spirit heart was 1,000 advanced fighter jets. And the yin-yang reincarnation crystal meant nuclear weapons. In terms of price, of course, a few nuclear weapons could not compare to 1,000 advanced fighter jets. But in terms of value, 10,000 fighter jets might not be comparable to nuclear weapons. At this point, you can't even keep your life. Why are you still thinking about impersonating a hidden sect disciple? Qin Huayu said. Defeating Qin Chichi is more important. Saving your life is more important. Okay, then let's gather these treasures and go to the Demon City's merchant hall to exchange for devil coins, Yang Dingtian said. Then they began to count the treasures. Yang Dingtian took out an 8th grade Beast Soul elixir and 3 9th grade Divine Origin elixirs, an ice elemental mystic talisman, and a treasured sword of the same grade as the mysterious lady. In the end, Yang Dingtian did not take out the sacred water elixir to sell. Because once he took it out, he would face the danger of being exposed and be killed. Song Chunhua took out an upper 8th grade martial skill scroll, an upper 8th grade mystic skill scroll, a middle 8th grade mystic skill scroll, and 3 upper 8th grade beast soul elixirs. Qin Huayu took out a lightning elemental mystic talisman. The 3 of them came to the Demon City's merchant hall, in a very ordinary room. 10 old men sat side by side on a long bench, a long table in front of them. Yang Dingtian placed all the treasures on the long table, waiting for the 10 injured Demon City's merchant hall to appraise and determine the value. Without a doubt, the treasures that Yang Dingtian took out would cause a commotion in other places. It would cause many forces to fight over them, and countless people would pay with their lives. But in the face of these treasures, the 10 elders of the Demon City's merchant hall looked indifferent, as if they were not looking at treasures at all, but ordinary pots and pans. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, and Song Chunhua sat in the chairs below, quietly waiting for the 10 elders to finish appraising and give the price. Of course, once they gave the price, there was no room for negotiation. Moreover, the merchant hall's price was very fair. Even if they wanted to cheat you, it was very fair. After a full 2 hours, the treasures that Yang Dingtian gave out were completely appraised. The old man in the middle was wearing a purple robe with a gold border embroidered on the collar. He was the highest ranking among the 10 elders, the gold merchant elder. The appraisal has been completed. All your items are worth 3 million devil coins. Are you willing to exchange? The gold merchant elder said. Immediately, Song Chunhua exclaimed, 3 million yuan? How can it be so little? Miss Song, are you doubting us? The gold merchant elder said coldly. Chunhua doesn't dare, Song Chunhua said. But the other things in our treasures are not considered rare. But an ice attribute Xian talisman and a lightning attribute Xian talisman are completely priceless. Our valuation of the ice attribute Xian talisman is 500,000 devil coins. Do you have any objections? The gold merchant elder said. No objections, this valuation is very correct. Song Chunhua said. What about the lightning attribute Xian talisman, 150,000 devil coins? The gold merchant elder said. At this time, even Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu could not help but exclaim. What was going on? Why was the extremely rare lightning attribute Xian talisman only 1/3 of the price of the ice attribute Xian talisman? According to Yang Dingtian's imagination, it was at least 10 times the price of the ice attribute Xian talisman. The demand for the ice attribute Xian talisman is high, and it can obviously improve cultivation, the gold merchant elder said. But the lightning attribute Xian talisman is just a superficial effect, it is not very useful for cultivation breakthrough. For those who need it, it is priceless. But for the vast majority of people, it is worthless. We are only considering its rarity, which is why we gave it a value of 150,000. Do you have any objections? The gold merchant elder said. Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. What the gold merchant elder said was indeed very reasonable. The lightning attribute Xian talisman was priceless for those who needed it. For most people, it was just a sensationalist thing. However, in this way, there was a gap of 4 million devil coins. This was based on the situation that the bidding price of the demon spirit heart was the same as last time. In fact, the price of the demon spirit heart was increasing every year. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to prepare at least 10 million devil coins to be more confident. For the demon spirit heart, Yang Dingtian was absolutely determined to get it. I have an idea, you can refer to it, the gold merchant elder said. You can put this lightning attribute Xian talisman up for auction at the big auction. If you are lucky enough to meet someone who wants it very much, then it may be sold at a very good price. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment, nodded and said, Okay, let's do it. We will put the lightning attribute Xian talisman up for auction at the big auction. Okay, then please pay 500,000 devil coins for the handling fee, the Devil City elder said. Because we are not sure if anyone wants this lightning attribute Xian talisman, so if you want it to go to the big auction, you have to pay 500,000 devil coins. Yang Dingtian was stunned. This was too much of a scam and the risk was too great. However, he could only try his best. Okay, we will pay, Yang Dingtian said. 3 days later, the big auction began. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu and Song Chunhua, with more than 3 million devil coins, entered the exclusive secret box of the big auction. Chapter 394. Yang Dingtian and the other two racked their brains to gather these treasures and sold them for about 3 million devil coins. Among them, Song Chunhua's superior 8th grade martial arts scroll was exchanged for 900,000 devil coins. Her superior 8th grade mystic skill scroll was exchanged for 900,000 devil coins. Her medium 8th grade mystic skill scroll was exchanged for 200,000 devil coins. 3 superior 8th grade beast soul elixirs were exchanged for 150,000 devil coins. Yang Dingtian's superior 8th grade beast soul elixirs were exchanged for 50,000 devil coins. 3 9th grade divine origin elixirs were exchanged for 30,000 devil coins. An ice element dark talisman was exchanged for 500,000 devil coins. In the end, Yang Dingtian's sword was not directly exchanged. Instead, it was used as a weapon in the auction and did not have to pay any money. The merchant palace of Demon City only offered 500,000 devil coins for the sword, so it was necessary to gamble on it at the auction. Song Chunhua's treasures were exchanged for 2 million devil coins. Yang Dingtian's treasures were exchanged for 580,000 devil coins. Speaking of which, the exchange of devil coins was out of Yang Dingtian's expectations. For example, the 9th grade divine origin elixirs and superior 8th grade beast soul elixirs were coveted treasures in any force. However, the merchant palace of Demon City received a humiliating price. Yang Dingtian could not help but wonder why the 9th grade divine origin elixirs were so cheap. One of the old men asked someone to bring out a box and opened it expressionlessly. Yang Dingtian looked inside and saw that it was filled with ninth-grade divine origin elixirs. Then, the gold merchant said that the price of the ninth-grade divine origin elixirs was set many years ago, so it was not easy to change it. Otherwise, they would not even be able to exchange for 1/10 of the price. This was because the merchant palace of Demon City had hoarded thousands of ninth-grade divine origin elixirs. Unless there was a large-scale war, these divine origin elixirs would probably never be sold. Yang Dingtian understood after hearing this. The ninth-grade divine origin elixir was a heaven-defying elixir, but it was only used for healing. Alchemists who could refine ninth-grade divine origin pills were extremely rare. There were no more than 10 of them in the world. However, as long as the 10 of them started producing, the number of grade 9 divine origin pills they could produce would be an incredible number. Therefore, most of the forces were begging for a grade 9 divine origin pill. Those top forces were even too embarrassed to exchange the divine origin pill for devil coins at the merchant hall of the Devil City. Therefore, the total value of Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua's treasures was less than 3 million devil coins. In addition, Song Chunhua took out all of her magic coins and used up her credit limit to loan out a sum of magic coins. In addition, Qin Huayu had used his identity as the young master of Qin's city to loan out all the devil coins. Of course, Yang Dingtian had also used the pitiful quota of the Cloud Sky City Lord to loan out all the devil coins. Finally, the three of them pulled together around 4 million devil coins. After deducting the 500,000 devil coins used to buy the lightning-type talisman for the auction, Yang Dingtian only had a pitiful 3.5 million devil coins left. The price of the Devil Spirit Heart was at least more than 8 million. Therefore, with a huge gap left, Yang Dingtian could only pin all his hopes on the treasure sword and the lightning-type talisman. With the sound of the hammer, the Devil City auction that was held once every 3 years officially began. The entire auction hall was very grand and huge. Hundreds of independent boxes were arranged in a staircase, like a stadium, surrounding the auction stage in the center. As the world's top auction that could even influence the world's forces, it seemed very dull. Not to mention the singing and dancing beauties, even the auctioneer was a mediocre middle-aged man. The auction officially begins. The first item to be auctioned is the grade 9 medium mystic skill, Heaven and Earth Devil Art. As soon as the voice fell, a wave of excitement seemed to surge in all the surrounding boxes. Yang Dingtian was also startled by this. The first auction item was already so shocking. This auction was simply too astonishing. Yang Dingtian's memory of the universe extinction record was still fresh in his mind. When he was dueling with Shimin-Ju, he was almost desperate. Because what Shimin-Ju used was the mystic skill, Heaven and Earth Extinction Record. This terrifying mystic skill could reverse your mystic skill attack and make the mystic skill that you released completely attack your own body. It could detonate the mystic skill that you just executed. At that time, in Yang Dingtian's view, this mystic skill was close to a bug and virtually unsolvable. If not for Yang Dingtian possessing the million spirit demon fire and countless resentful spirits, secretly changing the internal energy method of Shimin-Ju's Heaven and Earth Extinction Record, not only would Yang Dingtian be defeated in the martial duel, he would have long been smashed to pieces. This Heaven and Earth Extinction Record was so shocking, but it was merely grade 8 medium. And this Heaven and Earth Devil Art was grade 9 medium. How should one describe the disparity between the two? Grade 8 medium Mystic Skill Scroll was 3 to 4 times more expensive than Grade 8 Elementary Mystic Skill Scroll. Grade 8 High Mystic Skill Scroll was 3 to 4 times more expensive than Grade 8 Medium. Extrapolating from this, it was also to say that the value of this Grade 9 Medium Mystic Skill Scroll was 30 times more expensive than Shimin-Ju's Heaven and Earth Extinction Record. Therefore, according to the literal calculation, this Grade 9 Medium Mystic Skill Scroll's price should be around 6 million. Immediately, Yang Dingtian could not help but be curious about the final auction price of this Grade 9 Medium Mystic Skill Scroll. 8 million! Someone was the first to bid. Immediately, Yang Dingtian jumped in fright. No way! Shouldn't it be around 6 million? How could it be 8 million all of a sudden? This is too crazy. 8, 3 million. 8, 5 million. 8, 9 million. 9, 5 million, 10 million devil coins! At this time, Yang Dingtian was already completely shocked to the point of speechlessness. Then, he touched the devil coins in his pocket, and suddenly felt that he was really down and out. Just the first item was sold for 10 million devil coins. This was too crazy. According to the calculation of the steps, it was not even 10 million devil coins. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, This price is normal? Qin Huaiyu turned around and nodded. It's normal. If my father was here, he would give it his all, maybe even 13 million devil coins. Yang Dingtian said in shock. Why? Is this mystic skill scroll very powerful? You don't know? Qin Huaiyu said. This mystic skill scroll is a public case in the chaotic mainland. The extermination of the Icebound Valley was because of this grade 9 medium mystic skill scroll. Countless forces fought for this scroll and at least thousands of people died. Just the Grand Master level powerhouses alone died. Later, this mystic skill scroll disappeared completely. No one knew where it was. I didn't expect that it would appear in the big auction of the Merchant Palace in the Demon City today. Yang Dingtian suddenly realized. He knew about this past. Master Dongfang Minmi had once told him about it. Moreover, in order to deceive Qin Mingli, he fabricated that he was the only survivor of the Icebound Valley, Ren Tianhan. But didn't I hear that the Icebound Valley found a grade 9 ice mystic skill scroll? Yang Dingtian said. No, this grade 9 mystic skill scroll is non-elemental. It doesn't differentiate between ice and fire, yin and yang. Anyone can learn it. It is the rarest absolute rank secret scroll in the world. Qin Huaiyu said. The Devil City's merchant hall is too good at keeping secrets. Otherwise, once the news gets out, I'm afraid the number of people attending today's auction would increase by several times. Countless sect masters would flock here. At least, my father would not miss it. Is it very powerful? Yang Dingtian asked. You should have seen Shimin Ju's heaven and earth extinction record, Qin Huaiyu said. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then what do you think are the flaws of the heaven and earth extinction record? Qin Huaiyu asked. It is very heaven-defying. The flaw is that it takes too long and is too sensitive. It can be easily destroyed, Yang Dingtian said. Legend has it that there is only one move in the heaven and earth devil art. However, it can reverse the moment the opponent uses a mystic skill. It can directly cause the mystic skill to explode in the opponent's body, Qin Huaiyu said. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned speechless. Then this was really a bug. There was really no solution. Then, as long as anyone obtained this grade 9 mystic skill scroll, they could instantly kill any opponent of the same level, as long as the opponent used the mystic skill. Such a heaven-defying mystic skill shouldn't appear in this world, Yang Dingtian said with a hoarse voice. I don't even know if there's a mystic skill that is even more heaven-defying than this. It should be the Southern Seas Ning clan's superior grade 9 mystic skill scroll. This might be the only known superior grade 9 mystic skill scroll in the world, Qin Huaiyu said. When the Southern Seas Ning clan used this superior grade 9 mystic skill scroll to exchange for the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, why didn't your father agree? Yang Dingtian asked. My father was extremely tempted. He didn't choose this superior grade 9 mystic skill scroll not because he felt that impersonating the hidden sex successor, Wu Ming, was more valuable than this superior grade 9 mystic skill scroll. But once he accepted it, he would be completely leaning towards evil ways. So, that superior grade 9 mystic skill scroll was just a bargaining chip to bribe Qin Qing, Qin Huaiyu said. So that's how it is. Qin Huaiyu couldn't help but sigh and say, not to mention others, even the three of us are drooling over this grade 9 mystic skill scroll. This kind of heaven-defying mystic skill is even enough to change the world. It won't fall into our hands. Song Chunhua said. This mystic skill scroll is destined to be a fight between great grandmasters and those close to great grandmasters. I've already heard a few familiar voices. There are people from the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Earth-splitting city, and other sects close to great grandmasters. 11 million. 11,500,000. 12 million. 12,500,000. Finally, there were only 2 people left in the competition for the 9th grade Devil Art Cosmos Kun. 13 million devil coins! An unfamiliar voice abruptly shouted. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. He is Earth-splitting city's city lord Kuei-si. Song Chunhua whispered into Yang Dingtian's ear. 13,500,000 devil coins! A special female voice rang out. It was filled with the vicissitudes of life. She is the Cloud Sky Pavilion City Lord, Master Kai Lin! Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Aren't the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-splitting city allies? They are allies. However, they can't help but fall out with this heaven-defying mystic skill. Song Chunhua said. Fortunately, my father and City Lord Qin Wanchou are not here. Otherwise, the price would have skyrocketed. Earth-splitting city's City Lord Kuei-si couldn't help but say, Junior Sister Kai Lin, don't you care about our decades of friendship? Master Kai Lin fell silent. Then, she said, 15 million devil coins. This is the last bid. Yang Dingtian could almost hear Earth-splitting city's City Lord Kuei-si gnashing his teeth. Then, he said slowly, Many thanks for Junior Sister's help. 15,100,000 devil coins. It seemed like Earth-splitting city's City Lord had reached his limit. That was why he only added 100,000 devil coins. Then, Earth-splitting city's City Lord let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he got his hands on this heaven-defying level 9 mystic skill. Yang Dingtian could even feel Earth-splitting city's City Lord leaning on his back, exhausted. 16 million devil coins. Suddenly, a cold and enchanting voice rang out. Instantly, the entire place shook. It was as if a gust of wind had swept past. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel a powerful force exploding out from Earth-splitting city's City Lord's private room. Who is it that wants to go against my Earth-splitting city? Earth-splitting city's City Lord Kuei-si said through gritted teeth. Southern Sea's Ning Clan's Wu Maji. The woman said indifferently. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. It's her. It's really her. Yang Dingtian felt that this voice was very familiar. She actually offered such an astronomical price. Logically speaking, the Southern Sea's Ning clan should not be lacking in top-grade mystic skill manuals. Not only did she have a level 9 upper-grade mystic skill manual, but she had also taken out a level 9 lower-grade mystic skill manual to exchange for Yang Dingtian's treasured sword at a small-scale auction. After Wu Maji said her name, the entire place was filled with astonished discussions. This was because most of the people were unfamiliar with this name. 16,500,000 devil coins. Earth-splitting city's City Lord Kuei-si said through gritted teeth. Earth-splitting city's City Lord had really given everything he had. 17 million devil coins. Wu Maji said indifferently. Then, the entire place fell silent. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the Earth-splitting city's City Lord's private room was filled with a terrifying aura, as if it could explode at any moment. Senior Kuei, the top-grade mystic skill belongs to the virtuous. Don't be impatient. Master Kai Lin said indifferently. Her words caused City Lord Kuei-si to quieten down. Hee, young lady, you can have this secret manual. City Lord Kuei-si laughed coldly. The auctioneer did not say anything and continued to wait. After waiting for a few minutes, he said, The first item is a level 9 middle-grade mystic skill, Heaven and Earth Devil Art. The bidding price is 17 million devil coins and it belongs to VIP number 35. Instantly, a wave of drooling voices could be heard. An almost heaven-defying mystic skill manual officially belonged to the mysterious Southern Sea's Ning clan's Wu Maji. Not to mention the others, even Yang Dingtian was drooling over it. Whoever cultivated this secret manual would have the ability to kill opponents of the same level in seconds. Next, the second item will be auctioned, the auctioneer said. This is a treasured sword made from 10,000 years old bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian and the other two were shocked. This was because the treasured sword was provided by Yang Dingtian. If it could be auctioned for a good price, then Yang Dingtian would have a higher chance of obtaining the demon's spirit heart. At this moment, a martial artist displayed the treasured sword to everyone. He pulled out the sword and it emitted a light as bright as the sun. Then, the martial artist used the treasured sword to slash at the mystic fire devil hammer. The extremely sturdy mystic fire devil hammer was instantly cut in half. Then, the martial artist injected a surge of profound chi. A ball of raging flames shot up to the sky. This treasured sword is named Raging Flames. Profound chi enhancement, 75%. The auctioneer had just finished his introduction and there was an uproar in the hall. Over the years, the auction of weapons was the most deserted. Because there had never been a weapon that could make people's eyes light up. But this year's sword was truly breathtaking to the extreme. Not only was the appearance stunning, the sharpness was also shocking. The profound chi enhancement was even more unimaginable. The second item, Raging Flames sword, begins the auction. He could clearly hear the sounds of many people sucking in cold air, many people exclaiming, and many people's shocked voices. The effect of Yang Dingtian's treasured sword was sensational. Yang Dingtian was suddenly filled with anticipation because everyone's reaction was very fanatical. The effect of this treasured sword was completely shocking. Sure enough, the first person immediately made a bid. 300,000 devil coins! 350,000! 400,000! What was going on? What was the meaning of this? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't everyone's reaction very intense and fanatical? Why was the price so low? Just now, for the 9th grade Profound Skill Manual, everyone bid more than 10 million. Why was it so shabby when it was my turn? 410,000! 420,000! 430,000! Well, it was fine if Yang Dingtian didn't complain. Previously, everyone was increasing the bid by 50,000. Now, it was increasing the bid by 10,000. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at Song Chunhua speechlessly. Song Chunhua said, I've said before that there are very few people who are obsessed with weapons, unless it's a soul sword. However, soul swords are all forged by oneself. My sword is so powerful, why is it only a few 100,000? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Many people only buy it as a backup sword or as a second sword, Song Chunhua said, because it can't be used with a martial soul. Secondly, it only has sharpness and xian qi, it can't trigger powerful xian skills. The most powerful and mysterious thing about an ancient divine weapon is that it can trigger xian skills. When one reaches a certain level, the xian qi's effect is not that strong. After all, after breaking through to the next level, one's xian qi will multiply. So that's why. Only those who are fanatical about treasured swords will spend a huge price to buy it, Song Chunhua said. For example, people like me. 500,000. Finally, an unfamiliar man's voice called out a bid of 500,000. Ironically, this price was exactly the same as the price at the merchant hall in Demon City. Why bother? However, didn't Wu Maji of the Southern Seas Ning clan love this kind of divine weapon? Why didn't he bid? Could it be that he spent all the money on the 9th grade Profound Skill Manual? 550,000 devil coins. Finally, Wu Maji bid. The moment she bid, the unfamiliar man gave up. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's treasured sword fell into a state where no one would bid for it. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to accept reality. His treasured sword was sold for 550,000 devil coins. Thinking about it from another perspective, this price was not bad. After all, it was equivalent to billions of gold coins. It was equivalent to Cloud Sky City's tax revenue for a long time. 1 million devil coins! At this moment, a voice rang out, causing Yang Dingtian to be overjoyed. It was the city lord of Earth Fisher City, Kuei Si. He was here to take revenge and maliciously raise the price. 1,500,000! 2,000,000! 2,500,000! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian went from hell to heaven. Chapter 395. 5 million devil coins! Earth Fisher City Lord Kuei repeated, his tone full of provocation. It seemed that this expert who was close to becoming a martial grandmaster had a fiery temper. Otherwise, as one of the overlords of the world, he would not be angry with a junior. However, Yang Dingtian felt that this Kuei was very cute. It would be best if he continued to raise the price until it reached the sky. Since City Lord Kuei loves this treasure sword so much, I will give it up, Wu Maji of the Southern Ning clan said lightly. Fuck. It was rare that Yang Dingtian and City Lord Kuei said the same thing. However, Yang Dingtian said it in his heart, while City Lord Kuei said it out loud. Damn it, he did not see how this Wu Maji looked, but she was definitely cheating people. Previously, she seemed to be determined to obtain Yang Dingtian's artifact sword and was willing to pay any price to obtain it. But now, she had given it up so easily and had dug a pit for the Earth Fisher City Lord Kuei. Yet City Lord Kuei's bid was 5 million gold coins. He really became 250 gold coins. No wonder City Lord Kuei could not help but curse. Now Yang Dingtian could not see through Wu Maji at all. He did not know what kind of role she was playing. Of course, although City Lord Kuei was flustered and exasperated, he was still an overlord. Although he failed to raise the price, he still paid for it. Even though this artifact sword that Yang Dingtian had forged wasn't of much use to him. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian had obtained 5 million devil coins, which was considered a small windfall. Adding the original money, he had a total of about 6 million devil coins, which was about half the price of the demon spirit heart. The rest would depend on the lightning talisman. The following treasures were still able to surprise Yang Dingtian. All of them were priceless treasures. Even the lowest auction price was about 2 million devil coins. However, it was already very difficult for Yang Dingtian to pay attention to it. Just like that, the auction proceeded in an orderly manner, and time passed by minute. Next, the 14th item will be auctioned, the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian was shocked. The 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was really up for auction. How could this be? So, as long as I pay 500,000 devil coins, I can go to the auction? Even trash can go? Yang Dingtian asked. No, Song Chunhua said. Perhaps no one will want to sell anything that has been put up for auction, but it must be real. It must be a rare item. Yang Dingtian's breathing stagnated. Did that mean that the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship provided by the middle-aged man was real? How was this possible? Where did he get the pig-slaying swordsmanship? But there was one thing that was absolutely certain. The middle-aged man had racked his brains to send the pig-slaying swordsmanship to Yang Dingtian. There must be a motive. As for whether there was a sinister motive, it was still unknown, but there was an 80% chance that it was sinister. However, Yang Dingtian suspected that there was no way to verify the authenticity of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. What method did the Shang Palace in Demon City have to verify it? In this world, the only person who could verify the authenticity of the pig-slaying swordsmanship should be Yang Dingtian. The 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship will be auctioned now. The bidding will begin now. Suddenly, there was silence in the hall. Obviously, everyone knew that the pig-slaying swordsmanship was of no use to them. Of course, if Yang Dingtian was a great figure, they might have auctioned it off and given it to Yang Dingtian as a favor in the future. However, as of now, Cloud Sky City Governor Yang Dingtian was a small figure in their eyes. There was no need for them to curry favor with him. If no one else bids, we will announce that the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is not up for auction, the middle-aged auctioneer said. Song Chunhua's eyes lit up and he said, Governor Yang, you need this secret manual very much. If we bid for it, the price should be very low. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Don't complicate things. Our only goal is the demon spirit heart. The 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is mine. It's mine. 50,000 devil coins!" However, Song Chunhua did not listen to Yang Dingtian and made the decision to bid. After bidding, Song Chunhua said to Yang Dingtian, "If we miss this opportunity, we might miss it forever. I can't sit back and watch." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. Since he could not stop Song Chunhua, he could only act according to the situation. 500,000 devil coins! Earth-splitting city governor Kuei-si shouted. Bastard! Just a moment ago, Yang Dingtian thought that the earth-splitting city governor was cute. Now Yang Dingtian felt that he was incomparably hateful. Since Song Chunhua had already bid, there was no turning back. It was the same as exposing himself. In that case, Yang Dingtian was determined to get the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Who would have thought that Kuei-si would raise the price by 10 times? Bastard, the Southern Seas Ning tribe's Wumaji offended you, but I didn't provoke you. Why are you looking for trouble with me? 550,000! Song Chunhua gritted his teeth. 1 million! Kuei-si said lazily. In that instant, Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua's teeth itched with hatred. Don't bid anymore. Otherwise, you won't have any hope of getting the demon spirit heart, Yang Dingtian said. I'll bid one last time, Song Chunhua said. 1,050,000! 1,500,000! Kuei-si raised the price resolutely. It was as if he wasn't here to argue, but to buy the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Soon, Yang Dingtian figured out Kuei-si's motive for bidding for the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. He wanted to trade with Yang Dingtian because Yang Dingtian had something he wanted, the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. In the northwest Qin city, Kuei-si had paid an astronomical price but failed to obtain the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. If he could get it for 1,500,000, Kuei-si would probably go crazy with joy. Raise it to 2 million, Yang Dingtian said. What? Song Chunhua said in shock. If you raise it to 2 million, we won't have any hope of getting the demon spirit heart. I don't want to buy it. I'm just testing Kuei-si's motive, Yang Dingtian said. Moreover, he realized that he hadn't been exposed. It was normal for Song Chunhua to bid for the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Because the world society also wanted the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, it was normal for them to bid for the pig-slaying swordsmanship and trade with Yang Dingtian. 2 million, Song Chunhua said. 2,500,000. As expected, Kuei-si didn't hesitate and raised the price to 2,500,000. Then, he shouted again. 3 million! As expected, he was determined to get the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Miss Song, we want the pig-slaying swordsmanship. So, the world society doesn't have to be so stubborn. We don't want to hurt each other, Kuei-si said. Song Chunhua and Yang Dingtian looked at each other. It seemed that the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship could not be bought. Kuei-si was probably willing to pay a price of tens of millions of devil coins for it. After Song Chunhua fell silent, Kuei-si smiled and said, Thank you, Miss Song. Just when Kuei-si thought that 3 million was enough to get the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, a sudden and familiar voice sounded again. 4 million! It was Wu Maji of the Southern Seas Ning clan. She raised the price by 1 million in one go. Kuei-si was instantly enraged. Does the Southern Seas Ning clan want to go against my earth-splitting city? Kuei-si said angrily. Wu Maji smiled faintly and said, City Lord Kuei-si, you must be joking. I can only say that we are fated to have the same thing. Isn't that so? It would have been better if she did not speak. Once she spoke, although there was no trace of anger, it was really infuriating. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. City Lord Kuei-si raised the price continuously. His fiery temper had completely flared up. 15 million! Wu Maji of the Southern Seas Ning clan raised the price once. However, just one bid was enough to shock everyone. 15 million devil coins? When did Yang Dingtian become so valuable? 15 million devil coins? Even if Cloud Sky City and all the territories were sold, it would not be worth that much. Everyone knew that Kuei-si and Wu Maji had no use for the pig-slaying swordsmanship. They only had one goal, and that was to trade with Yang Dingtian. Even Kuei-si was shocked. The Southern Seas Ning clan had already spent 17 million devil coins in the first round of the auction. Now, they raised the price to 15 million. That was devil coins, the most valuable currency in the world. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, "Chunhua, how many devil coins do you have?" Song Chunhua said, "About 35 million. How about your Northwest Qin City?" Yang Dingtian asked. "More than 50 million, Qin Huayu said. Northwest Qin City was already the richest faction in the world, but it only had about 50 million devil coins. If the Southern Seas Ning clan spent more than 30 million on 2 items, how many devil coins did she have? The price of 15 million devil coins had clearly exceeded Kuei-si's bottom line. Of course, if it was an auction for the yin-yang samsara crystal, even if it was 30, 50, or even 80 million, Kuei-si and Master Kai Lin of the Cloud Sky Pavilion would buy it with everything they had. However, this was only the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It was just an item to trade with Yang Dingtian. It might not be able to exchange for the yin-yang samsara crystal. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that and lose to a little girl from the Southern Seas Ning clan. 16 million! City Lord Kuei-si roared. 18 million! Wu Maji continued to bid calmly, giving off the feeling that she could raise the price countless times at any time. This attitude was truly despairing. Without a doubt, her attitude had frightened everyone. As expected, no one continued to bid. Even Kuei-si was about to give up. 25 million! Suddenly, a bid was like a huge rock being thrown into a pond, setting off a huge wave. It was as if a huge storm had set off in the auction room. Everyone was shocked, including the auctioneer who had been as calm as water. 25 million. The 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was only useful to Yang Dingtian, yet the bid was 25 million. After a while, many people began to search for the bidder. It was actually Master Kai Lin of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Just a moment ago, she had advised City Lord Kuei-si not to be impatient. Now, she seemed to have lost her mind and shouted a sky-high price. "Kai Lin! Are you crazy?" Kuei-si could not help but ask. "Little girl, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Although I hate Kuei-si, his skin is not something you can peel off as you wish," Master Kai Lin said coldly. Yang Dingtian and Qin Huayu immediately exchanged glances and came to a conclusion. These two were having an affair. Of course, it was very possible that the two of them were pure, but deep in their hearts, they were definitely having an affair. Moreover, they were more like quarrelsome lovers. They were constantly at odds with each other, but they had engraved each other in their hearts. It was no wonder that the earth-shattering city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion had become allies after fighting for 100 or 200 years. "That's right. I, Kuei-si, cannot be suppressed by others. Sister Kai Lin, I'll pay half of this price," Kuei-si immediately shouted. "Nonsense! Do you want me to pay all of it while you pay 60%? Master Kai Lin said. "Also, watch your mouth. Don't spout nonsense." City Lord Kuei-si was instantly speechless. Everyone in the auction room burst into laughter. Yang Dingtian also burst into laughter. "City Lord Yang, City Lord Kuei-si and Master Kai Lin may have strange personalities, but they have fiery temperaments. I feel that perhaps we can pull them into our battle group. That way, we won't be alone," Song Chunhua said. Yang Dingtian instinctively nodded. These two were indeed temperamental people. Perhaps they could look forward to this kind of character. In the battle against evil ways, perhaps they could fight for it. 28 million! Wu Maji said indifferently. 32 million! Master Kai Lin called out the price without hesitation. 35 million! Wumaji said. 38 million! Master Kailin said. Junior sister. I'm almost out of money! City Lord Koisi could not help but whisper. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter. You idiot! Master Kailin scolded. That woman was already prepared to give up. 40 million! Wumaji's morale was indeed high. 49 million! Master Kailin did not hesitate, and raised the price to an astronomical figure. The entire auction house was silent. Yang Dingtian's heart was pounding. This price, honestly speaking, was enough to buy a yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Yang Dingtian felt a headache coming on. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Splitting City had spent such an astronomical price to obtain the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. If Yang Dingtian wanted to obtain the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship from them, it would be too difficult unless he took out the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. I give up, Wumaji said solemnly. This was the first time she had admitted defeat in a large auction. Then, the middle-aged auctioneer announced that the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship had been sold. Everyone was incomparably surprised. An unknown fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship had actually been sold for a sky-high price of 49 million. This was the highest price in a large auction in the past 10 years. Even in the 1,000 years of history, it could be ranked in the top 10. Reality was indeed too surprising and horrifying. However, when Earth-Splitting City Lord Koisi went to take the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, there was no joy on his face. His entire face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. This was because he had to pay 60% of the price. If he could not exchange it for the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship would be a fucking waste of paper. With a frosty expression, Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Splitting City had spent 49 million devil coins to purchase the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. What the fuck was he going to use to obtain the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship from them? He could not possibly hand over the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. The bidding for the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship seemed to have overdrawn everyone's enthusiasm. The next 10 or so items were auctioned off. Although each item was priceless and extremely rare, they were all extremely rare. However, no one had the passion to bid for them. Wumaji of the Southern Seas Ning clan did not bid again. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Splitting City did not bid even once. Of course, even if they wanted to bid, they probably did not have the money. These three families should be the three biggest tycoons of the day. If these three families did not bid, there would not be any waves in the auction. Therefore, in the next 10 or so items, the highest price was only 5 million devil coins. The lowest price was 300,000 devil coins. As a result, the person who bid 300,000 devil coins was surprised and delighted. When he went to get the auction item, his face was still full of disbelief. Seeing this situation, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt uneasy. Since everyone was so emotionless, he hoped that the Thunder Talisman, which he had the greatest hope for, would not be lost. Next, the auction of the finale items, a total of 3 items. Now, the auction of the first finale item, the Thunder Talisman. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and others were shocked. Whether they could get a large sum of money and bid for the demon spirit heart completely depended on how much the Thunder Talisman could be sold for. Then, a woman raised the Thunder Talisman high. Mysterious runes were engraved on the beautiful thin crystal. Inside the crystal, beautiful flashes of lightning were flashing. The Thunder Talisman could almost be said to be the rarest treasure in the world. Of course, it was the most illusory but not necessarily practical. To an individual force, this thing was practically useless. Its only use was to show off. It was even better to use it to pick up girls. It could be the most expensive luxury in the world. Of course, it could also be used for other purposes. For example, pretending to be the successor of the hidden sect. Unfortunately, this Thunder Talisman was publicly auctioned, so even if someone bought it, it was probably not easy to pretend to be the successor of the hidden sect. After all, the major forces in the world knew that someone had bought the Thunder Talisman. If someone released the Thunder Talisman, they would probably be suspected directly. Therefore, the transaction between Yang Dingtian and the Northwest Qin city was completely sneaky. This kind of public auction was really difficult. Sure enough, this Thunder Talisman attracted a burst of exclamations and envious eyes, but no one made a bid. This feeling was like a group of Japanese girls running into a luxury store and seeing a limited edition Prada bag. They immediately shouted and screamed, as if they would sell their blood and bodies to buy it. As a result, after exclaiming for a while and touching enough, they directly turned and left without even asking the price. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua looked at each other and wanted to cry but had no tears. They faintly felt that they were going to suffer a tragedy. "We'll pay 1 million," Yang Dingtian said. Song Chunhua was surprised. "Let's test it," Yang Dingtian said. "If no one raises the price?" Song Chunhua said. "Then we'll buy it ourselves and give it to Qin Huayu," Yang Dingtian said. "If no one raises the price, we won't be able to afford the demon spirit heart even if we don't have 1 million devil coins." Song Chunhua heard this and immediately shouted, 1 million devil coins! Then, there was silence in the hall. Yang Dingtian's face fell. It seemed that he really had to kneel down. The auctioneer raised the hammer slightly and said, "Thunder Talisman, 1 million devil coins, who wants to raise the price?" It was still silent. Yang Dingtian wailed in his heart, "No! 1,050,000! Finally, someone raised the price, and Yang Dingtian breathed a long sigh of relief. Moreover, the voice that raised the price was still very familiar. It turned out to be the mysterious woman with a delicate face and a devilish hot body. She used an unknown mystic flame map in exchange for Yang Dingtian's peerless sword. Of course, she might also feel that she was cheated because another such sword appeared in today's auction. After the mysterious woman finished bidding, there was silence in the hall. "Raise the price to 1,500,000, Yang Dingtian said. 1,500,000, Song Chunhua said. 1,500,000, the mysterious woman said. 2 million. Under Yang Dingtian's command, Song Chunhua raised the price again. This time, the girl was suddenly full of hesitation. After a long time, she raised the price again. 2,010,000. Song Chunhua looked at Yang Dingtian. "Do you still want to raise the price? She seems to have bought it just for fun and doesn't seem to have any money left." Yang Dingtian also fell into a dilemma. This 2,010,000, plus the 2,500,000 from selling the sword, plus the original 3,500,000, was exactly 8 million, which was about the same price as the last auction of the demon's spirit heart. It was tantamount to giving Yang Dingtian a little hope. However, today's big auction was particularly monstrous. It actually sold at a sky-high price of tens of millions. Therefore, it was really difficult to buy the demon's spirit heart with 8 million. "Raise the price to 3 million, Yang Dingtian said. "At worst, we can buy this thunder attribute mystic talisman ourselves. Today, it's completely impossible to buy the demon's spirit heart with 8 million, Yang Dingtian said. 3 million devil coins, Song Chunhua said. Sure enough, the mysterious woman did not raise the price. She just sighed softly, as if she was a little regretful. However, this kind of regret was really just a kind of regret for a beloved object, not a regret for something that must be obtained. She really intended to buy the Thunder Attribute Mystic Talisman back as an accessory. Then, the hall was silent again, and no one raised the price. Yang Dingtian was going to have a tragic ending again. He spent 500,000 devil coins to get the Thunder Attribute Mystic Talisman up for auction, and then he spent 3 million devil coins to buy it back. Of course, the money still reached his hands, but he had to deduct 10% of the profit. In other words, Yang Dingtian didn't earn a penny from this Thunder Attribute Mystic Talisman, but also lost 800,000. This auction of the Merchant Palace of the Magic City was really too high-end, and the people here were too pragmatic. They didn't buy flashy things at all. Just when Yang Dingtian was about to despair. 4 million. Suddenly someone made a bid. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian burst into tears and rose from hell to heaven again. Moreover, the bidder was a super-rich woman, the young madam of the Ning clan of the South Sea, Wu Maji, who was destined to have something to do with Yang Dingtian in the future. For some reason, this woman finally made a bid, and directly increased it to 4 million. Yang Dingtian really wanted to rush up and kiss her fiercely. Then, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but surrender his spirit to City Lord Kuei-Si's box. City Lord Kuei-Si's temperament, it's time for you to show off, quickly come out and raise the price. Yang Dingtian waited expectantly for Kuei-Si's unique voice to appear. But, he was disappointed. Kuei-Si's voice didn't sound. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but complain in his heart, people fight for a breath, Buddha fights for an incense, you City Lord Kuei-Si are too cowardly, such a good opportunity to take revenge. However, reality didn't change with Yang Dingtian's will. Kuei-Si didn't speak, Master Kai Lin didn't speak, and the others didn't speak either. Time passed by minute. The middle-aged auctioneer had slowly raised his hammer. If others don't raise the price, we will raise it ourselves. Yang Dingtian. Bid, 6 million devil coins. Song Chunhua was shocked, looking at Yang Dingtian. 6 million devil coins is all we have. If the other party doesn't accept then. Yes, and if it was sold for 4 million devil coins, Yang Dingtian would have about 10 million devil coins, he could compete for the demon spirit heart. Bid, 6 million. Yang Dingtian said decisively. 6 million devil coins! Song Chunhua looked at Yang Dingtian with resentment. Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu were stunned, because this was Song Chunhua's most feminine moment. Song Chunhua's bid obviously stunned Wu Maji. She didn't react for a long time. Yang Dingtian's heart was beating wildly. Qin Huaiyu simply closed his eyes and prayed secretly, begging Wu Maji to bid again. Please don't let this lightning talisman go to waste. 6,500,000! Wu Maji bid, but her voice was full of hesitation. Yang Dingtian was about to speak, but Qin Huaiyu immediately stepped forward and said in horror, Don't raise the price, quit while you're ahead, quit while you're ahead! Song Chunhua also said, Don't raise the price, we don't have that much money. Yang Dingtian said resolutely, No, we have to raise the price. Wu Maji is playing a psychological game with us. I don't know the reason, but she is determined to get this Thunder Attribute Mystic Talisman. But we only have 6 million devil coins. Song Chunhua said. Yes, but the Lightning Talisman is our own. We only need to pay 10% of the transaction fee. We have 6 million devil coins. We can bid 60 million. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu's eyes turned white, and said, You're crazy! Chunhua, listen to me, bid 10 million. Yang Dingtian said decisively. Song Chunhua's face turned pale, then she suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Let's do it. 10 million. Song Chunhua said. Song Chunhua's bid immediately caused a huge commotion in the auction house. 10 million, this extremely rare and extremely flashy lightning talisman, someone actually bid 10 million. After bidding, Song Chunhua's fists were clenched together, and she was even a little breathless. Now they were waiting for Wu Maji. Would she bid or not? 20 million! Wu Maji did not hesitate and directly said. Suddenly, the auctioneer was shocked again. Song Chunhua's face was filled with ecstasy, and she suddenly hugged Yang Dingtian. 20 million! Wu Maji actually bid 20 million. Qin Huaiyu's eyes also burst out with an incredible brilliance. 20 million! We got the demon spirit heart! Song Chunhua whispered excitedly. Although she was the one hugging Yang Dingtian, her expression was more natural than Yang Dingtian's. Raise the price, 40 million! Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in the box. Are you crazy? Song Chunhua and Qin Huaiyu said in unison. City Lord Yang, you are so opportunistic and gambling, I will be very disappointed. Song Chunhua said coldly. Be careful not to be blinded by greed. Yang Dingtian, 24 million is already enough for us to bid for the demon spirit heart, Qin Huayu said. Although this thing is extremely precious, it is basically auctioned every time, so the price is still very stable. 20 million is already a certainty. No, I am just confirming a possibility, Yang Dingtian said lightly. This possibility may be very important. Must we bid? Song Chunhua said. If we fail, we will completely lose the capital to buy the demon spirit heart. Of course, and the other party will definitely raise the price, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, Song Chunhua said, and then shouted, 50 million! Sure enough, reality did not make Song Chunhua and Yang Dingtian nervous for long. 55 million! Wu Maji directly bid. At this time, there was already a dead silence in the hall. It was too abnormal for a lightning-attributed mystic talisman to soar to such a high price. 60 million! Yang Dingtian said. 60 million! This time, Song Chunhua did not argue and directly bid 60 million. 60 million was already the limit that Yang Dingtian's side could bid. If the other party did not accept, then Yang Dingtian would be completely penniless. These 6 million devil coins would all be used as the transaction fee to the Demon City's merchant palace. If the other party accepted, then Yang Dingtian would have an astronomical number of devil coins. Of course, for that matter, it was also completely confirmed. Chapter 396. After Song Chunhua called out the sky-high price of 60 million, the whole auction house was dead silent. There was even a sense of uneasiness. The previous auctions of the Magic City Merchant Palace were orderly. It was impossible for such an abnormal and almost heaven-defying situation to occur. Just now, the pig-killing swordsmanship was sold for 50 million devil coins, which was extremely abnormal. Now, a thunder talisman was sold for 60 million devil coins, which was even more abnormal. Then, had there ever been an abnormal situation like this? Yes, for example, before the Doomsday War 200 years ago, the auction house was extremely abnormal. Very valuable devil coins were poured out like a tide. The items that the Magic City Merchant Palace had hoarded for hundreds of years were almost swept away by some forces. Then, the Doomsday War began. After the victory of the Tiando League, there was almost 100 years of depression. It was not until nearly 100 years ago that the prosperity of the world gradually recovered. Now, this kind of monstrous situation was happening again in the auction house. After Song Chunhua called out the sky-high price of 60 million, Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua did not say anything, just waiting quietly. Time passed second by second. Wu Maji did not speak, as if she was in a fierce struggle. Everyone was waiting for Wu Maji to speak. I give up, Wu Maji said lightly. Suddenly, Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua and Yang Dingtian felt dizzy. Was this Wu Maji a devil? Was she sent to torture people? She had tortured Kuei-si, the lord of the earth-splitting city, and now she was torturing Yang Dingtian and others. If 60 million thunder talismans really fell into their hands, then Yang Dingtian's side would really lose everything. 2 minutes later, Song Chunhua finally regained her composure. She looked at Yang Dingtian and asked, City Lord Yang, what is the matter that you want to verify? 2 things. First, someone wants to buy the thunder talisman to please the beauty. Second, the special relationship between the Magic City Merchant Palace and some people. Yang Dingtian. If that person wants to buy the thunder talisman to please the beauty, he will not care about the cost and price. If the Demon City's Merchant Palace has some sort of special relationship with them, then Wu Maji wouldn't care about the price at all. Even if it was 100 million, she would still buy it. Now, have you confirmed it? Qin Huayu said. The first thing is certain, but the second thing is still unknown. It's as if they don't have an endless supply of magic coins. She doesn't have an astronomical amount of magic coins. Does that mean we're doomed? We're completely penniless? Qin Huayu asked. Yes, this price was too great, too tragic. Yang Dingtian's side might turn from a few tens of millions of gold coins into nothing. 61 million! A voice rang out. His voice was very special. It was filled with undisguised arrogance and coldness. In the auction house, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 61 million, someone was going to take over. Song Chunhua's face instantly blushed with excitement. Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu raised their eyebrows. Even the hair on Yang Dingtian's body stood up abruptly. Yang Dingtian hadn't seen this person for a long time, but it could be said that he was Yang Dingtian's biggest enemy in the chaotic continent. Xiantian Sec's young master, Shu Hongxue. Perhaps in order to make himself more compatible with Dongfang Bingling, his temperament was developing more and more like Dongfang Bingling, becoming colder and more arrogant. The one who beat him half to death and threw him off the cliff was Zhu Hongxue. The one who killed Shimen Wuya was his father. The hatred between the father and son and Yang Dingtian was absolutely irreconcilable. But why did he buy this lightning-type talisman? It was completely useless. Although this lightning-type talisman was extremely rare, at least much rarer than the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, it didn't have much use for cultivation. Why did Shu Hongxue spend such a sky-high price to buy it? Qin Huaiyu, how many magic coins does Xiantian sect have? Yang Dingtian asked. An astronomical number, at least several times more than my northwest Qin city. Qin Huaiyu said. Why? In my impression, your Qin city has the largest territory and is the richest in the world. Yang Dingtian said. My Qin city rose too late, less than 20 years ago. And it was completely destroyed in the Doomsday Battle. Xiantian sect, Yinyang school, these overlords for hundreds of years, have accumulated an astronomical number of magic coins. Qin Huaiyu said. So that was it. Then, Qin Huaiyu asked. Now, can you confirm anything? Yang Dingtian said. Wu Maji bought the lightning-type talisman to please a woman. Zhu Hongxue also bought the lightning-type talisman to please a woman. And both of them are for the same woman. Dongfang Bingling? Qin Huaiyu asked. Yang Dingtian nodded and said. But fortunately, the second thing has not been confirmed. This Magic City's merchant palace is not the property of evil ways. If it is, Wu Maji will not give up at the last moment. Then Yang Dingtian said to Song Chunhua, It's a pity that we can't raise the price. Otherwise, even if we raise it to 65 million, Shu Hongxue will still raise the price. Song Chunhua nodded and then said loudly, I give up on the lightning-type talisman. Then Yang Dingtian and the other two let out a long sigh of relief. Perhaps this was the best ending. Another spendthrift came out and spent an astronomical amount of money to buy the lightning-type talisman for Dongfang Bingling as a necklace. At this time, Yang Dingtian had to take back his previous words. Extremely rare things were the most valuable as luxury goods. Just when Yang Dingtian thought that everything had been settled, Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes. 62 million! Wu Maji actually made another bid. Suddenly it was as if a bomb had been thrown into the field. Wu Maji had just given up, but now she actually raised the price again. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu could not help but look at Yang Dingtian with a puzzled look. Why was this happening? Yang Dingtian said. This only proves that Shu Hongxue still does not know that Dongfang Bingling has been demonized. Moreover, he wants to give it to Dongfang Bingling himself and wants to please Dongfang Bingling. Wu Maji can give the lightning-type talisman to Song Chunhua because Chunhua is a woman. But she can't give it to Zhu Hongxue because Zhu Hongxue is the love rival of the person above her. If Shu Hongxue really gave the lightning-type talisman to Dongfang Bingling, then the young master of the Temple of Annihilation, Li Ming, would probably have the heart to tear Ning Wuming apart. Therefore, even if Wu Maji gritted her teeth, she still had to raise the price. 65 million! Zhu Hongxue calmly bid. 66 million! Wu Maji's voice was cold and resolute. 70 million! Zhu Hongxue said. 66 million, plus this middle grade 9 universe devil art in my hand, Wu Maji said. Instantly, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu were completely stunned. How heaven-defying was this middle grade 9 universe devil art? Its value far exceeded the lightning-type talisman. Now Wu Maji was even willing to give it up. However, Wu Maji continued, I am not giving up or auctioning this middle grade 9 universe devil art. I am only temporarily mortgaging it. In less than a month, we will definitely redeem it. May I ask, how many devil coins can this middle grade 9 universe devil art be mortgaged? Please wait a moment, I will go and ask my superiors. The middle-aged auctioneer could not help but wipe the sweat on his face and turned to leave. Instantly, the auction house exploded. These big shots all could not help but start to talk loudly. About 15 minutes later, the middle-aged auctioneer returned and said, This middle grade 9 universe devil art can be mortgaged for 10 million devil coins. Okay, then I will bid 76 million. Wu Maji said. Her voice was resolute and decisive. 80 million! Xu Hongxue was still cold and arrogant, bidding high and mighty. I give up! Wu Maji finally sighed. Qin Huaiyu was completely stunned and could not react for a long time. Song Chunhua suddenly said, Why don't I feel any regret and reluctance from Wu Maji? Instead, there is a kind of relief and relief. She doesn't want to compete, but she has to. If she gives it her all and still fails, she will not be blamed by her superiors. Yang Dingtian said. I see, Song Chunhua said. Next, there was no suspense at all. The young master of Xiantian sect, known as the world's most handsome man, the world's richest second generation, and the world's most powerful second generation, was known as the only man who could match Dongfang Bingling. He spent a sky-high price of 80 million to buy a lightning talisman just to make Dongfang Bingling smile. You are really fucking spending a lot of money to chase after girls. Yang Dingtian could not help but ridicule. I think Xu Qingzhu will vomit blood and anger at home. Qin Huaiyu said. Hi, why do I feel that this Xu Hongxue is not bad? Song Chunhua suddenly said. Such an infatuated person should not be completely bad. At this time, Yang Dingtian had an astonishing 78 million devil coins in his hands. Originally, it was 86 million, because 8 million was deducted from the transaction fee. Immediately, Yang Dingtian felt a surge of heroic spirit. I suspect that we should be the richest people in the auction now. Yang Dingtian could not help but say. It's possible. Qin Huaiyu said. Originally, Xu Hongxue was the richest, but in the end, this prodigal spent 80 million devil coins chasing a girl. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. At least there was no problem with the demon spirit heart. However, Yang Dingtian could not help but say, Today's auction is so monstrous, will the demon spirit heart be sold for tens of millions? Impossible, Song Chunhua said. Although the demon spirit heart is much more useful than the thunder attribute talisman, it is not as rare as the thunder attribute talisman. The whole world may not find a single thunder attribute talisman. One demon spirit heart can be hunted every 2 or 3 years. Next, the second item of the finale auction, a complete demon spirit corpse. Fuck! Qin Huaiyu exclaimed, and then looked at Song Chunhua with Yang Dingtian in unison. They just hinted that I have a demon spirit heart, but I didn't know that it was a whole demon spirit corpse. Song Chunhua said. What a scam! A demon spirit heart would cost around 10 million devil coins, and Yang Dingtian was confident that he could get it. However, the demon spirit was a treasure. The price of a corpse with a complete demon spirit heart was impossible to estimate. The energy of the demon spirit body was a treasure, the eyes of the demon spirit were a treasure, the limbs of the demon spirit were a treasure, the demon spirit's Xian vein was a treasure. Bring it up! Following the middle-aged auctioneer's shout. Suddenly, 4 people carried a special crystal coffin up. Inside, there was a complete demon spirit corpse. Suddenly, in the big auction, there was a neat exclamation. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. This crystal coffin could seal any energy body and prevent the demon spirit's energy body from dissipating. Just this crystal coffin alone cost tens of thousands of devil coins. This demon spirit was very small, about less than a meter tall. The demon spirit was very ugly, and its entire body was sharp and terrifying, like a malicious spirit. Its entire body was black, and only its 2 eyes were yellowish-green, like 2 balls of flames. The history of the demon spirit was very long, and there were already traces of the demon spirit in ancient times. At this time, the demon spirit should be regarded as the most powerful species in the chaotic continent. Hunting an adult demon spirit required a team of at least 100 people. It required at least 10 master-level experts, and even a great grandmaster to lead the team. Even so, when the demon spirit was at its weakest, it needed a 9th-grade spirit master and poison master to weaken the demon spirit again. Even so, every time they hunted a demon spirit, they had to pay a bloody price. "This is a 1,800-year-old demon spirit," the middle-aged auctioneer said. Suddenly, there was another round of exclamations of disbelief. No wonder it was so small. When a demon spirit reached 1,000 years old, its body would shrink again. However, the smaller its body, the more powerful it was, and the more amazing the value of each part of its body was. Just in terms of the dark demonic gold in its limbs, the purity of the dark demonic gold in the limbs of a 1,800-year-old demon spirit was about 10 times that of a 1,000-year-old demon spirit. Therefore, when the middle-aged auctioneer said that the demon spirit was 1,800-year-old, everyone exclaimed in disbelief again. 1,800 years old. This was the oldest demonic spirit that had been hunted in history. He really didn't know what kind of powerful person could hunt down an 1,800-year-old devil spirit. At least 1 or 2 great grandmasters, leading a team of dozens of grandmasters, would never be able to kill an 1,800-year-old demon spirit. As for who killed this demonic spirit, only the heavens knew. However, there was no doubt that every part of this demon spirit's body was already a supreme treasure. There was no doubt that this 1,800-year-old demon spirit would be auctioned for an astronomical figure. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "I don't think anyone here has more devil coins than us." Qin Huayu said, "We're not going to win this demon spirit. Take Xu Hongxue for example. Even if he only has 30 million devil coins left, he can borrow 100 million devil coins in the name of the Black Heaven sect." 100 million devil coins? Yang Dingtian said. Then Xu Hongxue will definitely bid. Not only Xu Hongxue, but all the other forces will also use the maximum loan. Moreover, several forces will join forces to bid for this demon spirit and take what they need. Qin Huayu said. We won't be able to buy it with our 78 million devil coins. Let's find someone to bid for it with, Yang Dingtian said. Who? Qin Huayu asked. Wu Maiji, Yang Dingtian said. She has a lot of money. But she's the enemy, Song Chunhua said. We know she's the enemy, but she might not know we're the enemy. That's enough, Yang Dingtian said. All right, who's going? Qin Huayu asked. I'll go, Yang Dingtian said. At this time, the auction house was in chaos. Almost all the members were looking for allies. Everyone knew that they couldn't get this demon spirit alone, so they joined forces to bid for it. Yang Dingtian asked the staff to lead Yang Dingtian to Wu Maji's box. Come in. Wu Maji's unique cold voice came from inside. Yang Dingtian walked into the box. Wu Maji was still wearing a veil, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. Only her eyes were exposed. This pair of eyes was captivating and was the most alluring pair of eyes that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. What's the matter? Wu Maji asked. Are you interested in bidding for this demon spirit? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Wu Maji said. How much money do you have left? Yang Dingtian asked. 66 million, Wu Maji said. After pawning the secret manual, I have 76 million. Can we stake it all on this? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Wu Maji said. We have 78 million. Together with you, we have a total of 154 million, Yang Dingtian said. How about we join forces to bid for the demon spirit? How do we split it? Wu Maji asked. Tell me first, what do you want? Yang Dingtian asked. Demon spirit eye, demon spirit mist, Wu Maji said. Then we want the demon spirit claw and demon spirit heart, Yang Dingtian said. What about the rest? Wu Maji asked. We'll decide on the rest, Yang Dingtian said. Deal, Wu Maji said. Subsequently, Wu Maji followed Yang Dingtian to their private room. Song Chunhua and Qin Huayu nodded. Wu Moji also nodded. When she came in, there was a strange atmosphere in the box. Yang Dingtian found that her eyes were too alluring. Not to mention looking at you, even if she was beside you, it was as if she could disturb the magnetic field in the room. Yang Dingtian was truly suspicious. What exactly did this Wu Maji look like? We want the demon spirit heart and demon spirit claw. Wu Maji wants the demon spirit mist and demon spirit eye, Yang Dingtian said. The sum of our money is 154 million. Are you confident with this price? It depends on Shu Hongxue, Song Chunhua said. If he joins forces with someone, no one can compete with him. He's so proud, he won't join forces with anyone, Yang Dingtian said. After a full hour, the auction for the 1,800-year-old demon spirit officially began. All the forces in the auction had found their allies and started to compete for the demon spirit heart. Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji were almost the strongest alliance in the auction. The second item of the finale of the auction, the 1,800-year-old complete demon spirit corpse. The auction begins, please bid! As the middle-aged auctioneer's voice fell. The auction house was silent. No one bid. Of course, it was not that no one bid, but that everyone was drooling. They knew that this was a terrifying battle, so no one was willing to bid first. Qin Huayu suddenly said, This is only the second item of the finale, and it's already so precious. In that case, what would be the last item for the finale? I can't imagine it at all. That's right, Yang Dingtian couldn't imagine it at all. In today's world, Yang Dingtian really couldn't think of a treasure that was more precious than a 1,800-year-old demon spirit corpse that could be sold. Don't think about that thing, we'll only chase after what we want, Yang Dingtian said. After a long while, there was still no one who made a bid. The auction house was eerily silent. 500,000. Someone made a bid. It was the voice of a familiar person. It was the mysterious woman with the face of a pretty girl and the figure of a devil. Her voice was full of hesitation, as if she wasn't clear about the value of the demon spirit corpse. After this bid, the auction house burst into laughter. 50 million! Someone made a bid. Moreover, the bid was an astronomical figure. 60 million! 70 million! 80 million! 90 million! 100 million devil coins! Almost effortlessly, the price of the demonic spirit's corpse soared to 100 million devil coins. This price was already the second highest price in the auction in 1,000 years. Yang Dingtian almost didn't hear a familiar voice among the bids. Oh, there was once when the bid was 80 million. It was Kuei Si from the Earth Fisher City. Of course, he didn't have that much money. Even if he joined forces with the Sky Cloud Pavilion, they wouldn't have more than 50 million devil coins left. Obviously, they were mortgaging the reputation of the Earth Fisher City and the Sky Cloud Pavilion to get the maximum loan. However, Yang Dingtian's biggest rival, Shu Hongxue, still didn't make a bid. 110 million devil coins! Kuei Si, the Earth Fisher City Lord, shouted. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, What's the maximum loan amount for the Earth Fisher City and the Sky Cloud Pavilion? About 80 million devil coins in total, Song Chunhua said. 120 million devil coins. It was another familiar voice. It was First Madame Gongsun from the 7 Refined Lane. Does the 7 Refined Lane have that much money? Yang Dingtian asked in disbelief. No, it's because many factions have joined forces to bid. If I'm not mistaken, First Madame Gongsun is only the one who made the bid. The real bidder must be from the 9 sects, Song Chunhua said. First Madame Gongsun wants the demon spirit dance. If the demon spirit dance is paired with their sword dance, it will be indescribable. 130 million devil coins! Kuei-si, the Earth Fisher City Lord, was shocked. According to Song Chunhua's estimation, this was Kuei-si and Master Kai Lin's limit. 135 million devil coins! It was still first Madame Gong's son. Now, even Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be curious about the faction behind first Madame Gong's son. However, it seemed that they had reached their limit as well. This time, they only increased the bid by 5 million devil coins. Sure enough, Kuei-si stopped bidding. 130 million was indeed the limit of the two factions. Then, the scene fell into a short silence. No one bid higher than first Madame Gong's son. After a few minutes, Zhu Hongshua's voice finally rang out. 140 million! His voice was still cold and arrogant. Was 140 million his limit? The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone was waiting for the next bid or the result. Wu Maji's mesmerizing eyes looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian suddenly realized that although she didn't speak, every word she said seemed to be imprinted in Yang Dingtian's mind through her eyes. Bid? She seemed to ask. Yang Dingtian nodded. 150 million! Wu Moji bid. The scene was filled with exclamations. Chapter 397. 150 million. Wu Maji's bid caused everyone to exclaim. Wasn't Wu Maji already out of money just now? Why did she bid such a high price now? Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu held their breaths, waiting for the other side's reaction. If Zhu Hongxue continued to bid, Yang Dingtian's side would really be out of money. However, reality did not make Yang Dingtian wait for long. Zhu Hongxue quickly bid again. 155 million! His voice was still cold and arrogant, but this time, he only increased the bid by 5 million. It seemed that he was almost at his limit. However, even this 155 million was enough to suppress Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian could not help but look at Wu Maji. She shook her head, indicating that she was already at her limit, and could not take out even 1 more cent. Song Chunhua also shook her head. Qin Huaiyu also shook his head. Of course, Yang Dingtian could not take out even 1 more cent. They already had enough surprises today, allowing them to obtain an astronomical figure of close to 80 million devil coins. And together with Wu Maji, they managed to gather an astronomical figure of 150 million. However, who would have thought that the auction was not for the demon spirit heart, but for an 1,800-year-old demon spirit? Therefore, it was auctioned for the second highest price in 1,000 years. Yang Dingtian had really tried his best. Was he going to give up just like that? Now, can we still ally with other forces? Yang Dingtian said. Let's find Earth-splitting City Lord Kuei-si to ally with him. It's too late, Wu Maji said. Once the auction starts, it can't be stopped. Also, Kuei-si will never ally with me, he hates me to the core. Are we going to give up just like that? Qin Huaiyu said. For this item, we paid so much and prepared so much. It was not important how much they paid and how much they prepared. The key was that without the demon spirit heart, there would be no powerful battle puppet demon. For example, if FA won the battle with Qin Chichi 80 days later, he would not be able to protect Cloud Sky City. Therefore, Yang Dingtian would never give up. Madam Ning, is the Ning clan of the South Sea afraid of the Black Heaven sect? Yang Dingtian asked. No, Wu Maji replied calmly. How's your cultivation? Yang Dingtian asked. My cultivation is average, Wu Maji said. However, I am a shaman spirit master, equivalent to a high-level martial honorable. Sorcerer? The most powerful, the rarest, and the most mysterious profession in the chaos world. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Qin Huaiyu and Song Chunhua stared at Wu Maji in disbelief. No wonder Yang Dingtian found that her eyes seemed to be able to speak. It was no wonder that she possessed a pair of enchanting eyes. Shaman Spirit Master was a type of Spirit Master. However, the Witch Spirit Master was the most dangerous and feared type of Spirit Master. She was completely offensive. Her most direct method of attack was to summon dead vengeful spirits to do battle. When a person died an unnatural death, their soul would turn into a ghost spirit and wander aimlessly around the place of death. They did not know where to go or what to do. They would just wander aimlessly, and their hearts would always be filled with resentment, trying to attack every life that they passed by. However, they were incorporeal vengeful spirits after all. Although they were powerful, they were separated by yin and yang. Ordinary people could not see them at all, so naturally, they would not be attacked by them. However, there was a type of person who could temporarily summon these vengeful spirits, allowing them to break through the boundary of yin and yang and materialize their attacks on humans. Instantly, the vengeful spirits would become incomparably powerful. That was because when the vengeful spirits attacked you, they were real. However, when you attacked the vengeful spirits, they were indeed a ball of energy that was not afraid of weapons. This kind of person was a shaman spirit master. It was the rarest and most terrifying profession in the world. Spirit masters were very rare in the entire world. Only 1 out of 30,000 martial artists could become a true spirit master. In that case, only 1 out of a few hundred spirit masters could become a shaman spirit master. There were less than 1,000 spirit masters registered in the Taekwondo League. However, there were only 3 sorcerers on the list. One of them was in the Black Heaven sect, one was in the Vulture Palace, and one was in the Yin-Yang school. However, the spirit master of the Black Heaven sect, Gui Wuzi, had gone missing. That's right, he went missing together with the alchemist Yin Tianchong. Gui Wuzi was Zhu Qingzhu's martial uncle and the supreme elder of the Black Heaven sect. He was also Yin Tianchong's master. Yin Tianchong's talent was limited, so he could only inherit Gui Wuzi's alchemy skills. Even so, Yin Tianchong still broke through to the master level. Moreover, Yin Tianchong could only be considered as one of Gui Wuzi's disciples. It could be said that it was Gui Wuzi's disappearance that allowed Zhu Qingzhu to completely control the Black Heaven sect. The second spirit master was Ling Yaozi of the Yin-Yang school. At this time, he was also Dongfang Minmi's martial uncle and was once the pillar of the Yin-Yang school. However, more than 10 years ago, Ling Yaozi suddenly went berserk. His temperament changed drastically, and he started a massacre. Dongfang Minmi had no choice but to gather all the experts in the world. He used Ling Yaozi's most beloved daughter as a bait, and finally captured Ling Yaozi. He crippled the spiritual core in his brain and exiled him. Now, his whereabouts were unknown. That's right, Ling Yaozi's daughter was Yang Dingtian's master's wife and Dongfang Bingling's mother. Then, the remaining spirit master on the list was Wulingzi of the Vulture Palace. After Dongfang Minmi and Shimen Wuyao were no longer around, every time they talked about the Grand Master level experts in the Taekwondo League, they would use about 4 to 5 or 6 vague numbers. There was no doubt that they were Grand Master level experts. Zhu Qingzhu of the Black Heaven sect was one, Qin Wanchou of the Northwest Qin City was another, and the Undying Elder of the Yin-Yang school was also one. Ling Qingqin was also a Grand Master level expert recently. Therefore, he was listed as a quasi-Grand Master like Kui Si of the Earth-Splitting City, Master Kai Lin of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, and Song Shao of the World Society. However, there was one person who was definitely listed as a Grand Master level expert even though no one knew him. That was Wulingzi of the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian had traveled the world for a few years, but he had almost never seen any traces of the disciples of the Vulture Palace. This was because this sect had almost no disputes with the outside world and did not care about anything in the world. According to his master Dongfang Minmi, he had not seen any disciples of the Vulture Palace for at least a few decades. Even on important days like the Yin-Yang School's Grand Ceremony and the Taekwondo League's Grand Assembly, the people of the Vulture Palace were absent. And this Vulture Palace was one of the 9 sections. Of the 9 sects in the world, the Vulture Palace was ranked first, far above the Northwest Qin City. The other sects all had their own territories. The smaller ones were a few hundred square kilometers, while the larger ones were thousands or tens of thousands of square kilometers. On the other hand, the Vulture Palace did not have an inch of land. It only had a remote valley with no residents. Moreover, the people of the Vulture Palace never intermarried with the outside world. They were extremely isolated and mysterious. Such a lofty sect did not interact with the outside world, nor did they curry favor with the Yin-Yang school or the Black Heaven sect. They were reclusive and isolated from the world, as if they would never interact with the outside world. If it were any other sect, they would have been removed from the list long ago. However, after a few decades, the Vulture Palace was still ranked first among the 9 sects in the world. No one dared to touch it. Why? Because the Vulture Palace had Wolingzi, the ancestor of the Vulture Palace. Wolingzi was the only spiritualist left in the Tiando League. He was extremely powerful. No one dared to provoke him. Even the Yin-Yang school and the Black Heaven sect did not dare to provoke him. Although spiritualists were not mainstream, they were definitely people who stood at the top of the world's pyramid. This Wu Maji from the Ning clan of the South Sea actually said that she was a spiritualist. No wonder Yang Dingtian, Song Chunhua, and Qin Huaiyu were all shocked. Do all spiritualists have to cover their faces? Yang Dingtian could not help but ask. Wu Maji said calmly. That's right. Spiritualists cannot let others see their true faces. Otherwise, their spiritual spells will be ineffective in front of this person. Yang Dingtian was surprised. Why is that? The unknown brings fear, Wu Maji said. Once the fear is gone, the power of a spiritualist will be greatly reduced. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. Madam Ning, since you are not afraid of the Black Heaven sect, are you willing to pay a huge price for this demon's soul, even if it means offending the Black Heaven sect? Of course, Wu Maji said. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. We will kill Shu Hongxue and take the demon's soul. Qin Huaiyu trembled. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. You're crazy! Do you know the consequences of offending Shu Hongxue? If Shu Hongxue dies here, the whole world will be shocked. Shu Hongxue is powerful, but he might not be able to reach tens of thousands of miles away, Yang Dingtian said. Most importantly, Wu Maji can shoulder the blame and suspicion. Yang Dingtian's words shocked Song Chunhua even more. Song Chunhua looked at Yang Dingtian with even more shock. Wu Maji was still here, and Yang Dingtian actually said that he wanted to frame her and slander her. I don't care, Wu Maji said calmly. No matter how domineering Zhu Hongxue is, he won't dare to do anything to the Ning clan of the South Sea. Others might not know, but Yang Dingtian knew that Wu Maji had the confidence to say such words. Because Ning Wuming of the Ning clan of the South Sea was a direct descendant of Yan Pianxian, the crown prince of the Temple of Annihilation. Even if Shu Hongxue was furious, there was nothing he could do. Most importantly, Shu Hongxue stole the lightning-type talisman to pursue Dongfang Bingling, which definitely offended Yan Pianxian. He was probably very happy to see Zhu Hongxue killed by the Ning clan of the South Sea. Okay, it's settled then, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu, Chunhua, you two must have an alibi when it happened. You must reveal your identities and appear in front of the public to prove your innocence. No, I'll go too, Song Chunhua said. No, Yang Dingtian said firmly. Wu Maji suddenly said, Before we kill him together, I have to know your identity, Mr. Xiao. He's my fiancé. That's all you need to know, Song Chunhua said. Of course, I will never admit it outside. In front of the public, I will never get married. Wu Maji looked at Song Chunhua with a strange look on her face. Then she nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Zhu Hongxue is the young master of the Black Heaven sect. He must have experts by his side, Yang Dingtian said. And they are grandmasters. It's difficult for the two of us to kill him. So, we must wait until he's alone. I'll think of a way, Wu Maji said. I have a way to make him come alone, lure him into our trap, and kill him. Happy cooperation, Yang Dingtian said. Happy cooperation, Wu Maji said. Therefore, in the private room, Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji made a terrible plan to kill Shu Hongxue and steal the demon's soul. And in the auction house, no one competed with Shu Hongxue. Time passed second by second. Xu Hongshua's price of 155 million was unbeatable. Finally, the middle-aged auctioneer slowly raised his hand and was ready to drop the hammer. 160 million devil coins! Suddenly, a pleasant yet timid voice was heard. Everyone cried out in alarm. Who was this person? She actually bid 160 million. This was too shocking. Moreover, someone dared to compete with the Black Heaven sect. This was too awesome. Yang Dingtian also exclaimed because the bidder turned out to be an acquaintance. It was a mysterious woman with a beautiful face and a seductive figure. The first bidder for the demon soul's corpse was her. However, she bid 500,000 devil coins for fun. Everyone thought that she must have no money because she stopped bidding after the lightning talisman exceeded 1 million. Who would have thought that she would actually bid a sky-high price of 160 million? Xu Hongxue seemed to be in disbelief that someone dared to compete with her. She said coldly, "People of the Shang Palace, don't you care about those who maliciously raise the price? Don't you want to check if this person really has this number of devil coins?" The middle-aged auctioneer nodded and said, "Young Master Zhu, she has this number of devil coins." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. This mysterious girl didn't cooperate with anyone. She had so much money on her own. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at Wu Maji. They really misjudged her. It turned out that this girl was the real hidden rich. Who could she be? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. Which force in the world has 160 million devil coins? She can't be that old ancestor's people, right? Qin Huayu said. Song Chunhua said. No way, they don't have any contact with the outside world. But except for that old ancestor's people, probably no one in the world has such an astronomical number of devil coins. Wu Maji suddenly said. However, now Yang Ditian was faced with a choice. If this mysterious girl snatched the demon soul's corpse, would Yang Dingtian still bid? If this girl snatched the demon soul's corpse, would you still bid? Wu Maji asked. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a headache. If this girl was really that old ancestor's people, probably no one would want to offend her. That old ancestor was probably the most mysterious, most bizarre, and most terrifying person in the world. If Shu Qingzhu didn't want to offend someone, Yang Dingtian naturally didn't want to offend her. What about you? Are you going to bid? Yang Dingtian asked. I'm not afraid of Black Heaven Sex Shu Qizhu, but I'm afraid of that old ancestor. If you want to bid, go ahead. I won't participate, Wu Maji said. Sure enough, even Wu Maji was unwilling to participate. 163 million, Xu Hongxue said. Miss, if you're willing to give this demon soul's corpse to me, the Black Heaven sect will definitely remember this favor. It was definitely not easy for Xu Hongxue, who was Leng Ao to the extreme, to say something like this. It was obvious that Xu Hongxue had also guessed this girl's background. No, everyone wants this, so it must be something good. If I buy it, my great-grandpa will definitely be happy, the mysterious girl said. When she said this, Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji looked at each other again. Without a doubt, this person's identity was confirmed. The old ancestor of the Vulture Palace, the granddaughter of Wolingzi's first wife. However, her reason for buying this demon soul's corpse left Yang Dingtian speechless. It was only because she saw others competing for it, and felt that it must be something good, so she followed suit. 163.01 million. The mysterious girl's bid almost made Xu Hongxue vomit blood. 165 million, Xu Hongxue said. 165.01 million, the girl from the Vulture Palace said. If Yang Dingtian was Xu Hongxue, he would have vomited blood and died. This girl, whether she was naive or doing it on purpose, only increased the bid by 10,000 each time. I give up! Xu Hongxue was filled with unwillingness and suppressed anger. A few minutes later, the middle-aged auctioneer dropped the hammer and announced that the 1,800-year-old demon soul's corpse belonged to the mysterious girl from the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji both showed an extremely helpless expression. Goodbye. After the dust settled, Wu Maji immediately left. Next, the third item of the finale, which is also the last item of this auction. Although everyone's emotions were overdrawn by the demon soul's corpse just now, they were still slightly shocked at this moment, and were concerned about the final treasure. The 1,800-year-old demon soul's corpse was only the second item of the finale, and it was auctioned for more than 160 million devil coins. Then, how amazing would the final treasure be? Even the currently desolate Yang Dingtian couldn't help but raise his spirits as he paid attention to this final treasure. Yang Dingtian couldn't imagine what could be more precious than the 1,800-year-old demon soul's corpse. Everyone craned their necks and stared at the center of the auction. The last item is an unknown item. The middle-aged auctioneer waved his hand. Immediately, someone brought up a blood-black gold box that looked like a single piece. The blood-black gold box was completely sealed without any gaps. I don't know what's inside. The entire merchant palace doesn't know what's inside, the middle-aged auctioneer said. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. What was this? Using something you don't even know as the finale item of the auction, isn't this just fooling people? However, the owner of this item is the most esteemed guest of the merchant palace in the Demon City. He has used his highest authority and designated this item as the finale of the auction. Hence, there is nothing we can do, the middle-aged auctioneer said. So I can't guarantee that this item will be worth the price. It's up to you whether you're willing to bid. All right, let the auction begin, the middle-aged auctioneer said. Suddenly, there was silence in the hall. No one made a bid. This thing was too deceptive. Of course, many people were filled with endless curiosity. What kind of treasure was it? If it was a real treasure of heaven and earth, it would be worth it to snatch it home. 500,000! Suddenly, someone called out with anticipation. 600,000! 700,000! 800,000! With a speculative mentality, many people called out bids. 2 million! 2,100,000! 2,200,000! 2,300,000! 2,300,000! It was that familiar voice again. It was the mysterious girl from the Vulture Palace. As soon as she made a bid, everyone fell silent. There was no other reason. Just now, her bid of 165.01 million had shocked everyone. Now that everyone was competing for this unknown item, her curiosity was piqued. No one had the confidence to compete with her. Not to mention the old ancestor behind her, just her financial resources alone were probably not enough to compete with him. 3 million, Yang Dingtian said to Song Chunhua. Song Chunhua was stunned for a moment, then she immediately understood and called out. 3 million! 4 million! The mysterious girl from the Vulture Palace directly raised the bid to 1 million. 5 million, Song Chunhua said. 6 million, the mysterious girl said. 7 million. 8 million! The bidding rose anxiously. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, Call out 20 million to see how much money she has. 20 million, Song Chunhua said. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed again. Was there something wrong with her? 20 million for an inexplicable item? Sigh. Sure enough, the mysterious girl sighed and said, I have no more money. A few minutes later, the middle-aged auctioneer's hammer fell. In this way, Yang Dingtian spent a sky-high price of 20 million devil coins to buy the so-called final treasure. Of course, it could also be the most deceptive thing in history. The auction officially ended. In the room of the restaurant, Yang Dingtian, Song Chunhua, and Qin Huayu surrounded the bloody black gold box. What could it be? The three of them were extremely curious. Open it and take a look, Qin Huayu said. No hurry. Let's wait for the princess from the Vulture Palace. Maybe our demon spirit heart will depend on her curiosity, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huayu was stunned and said, No way, she can't be so curious. Miss, there is a girl outside who came to visit and said that she knows you. Outside, a warrior reported to Song Chunhua. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "She is here. Our demon spirit heart is settled." Chapter 398. Yang Dingtian spent 20 million devil coins to buy the so-called finale treasure of the big auction. No one knew what was inside the box. Even the people of the Magic City's merchant palace said that it might be a worthless fraud. If it wasn't for the little princess of the Vulture Palace, he wouldn't have spent 20 million to buy this unknown finale treasure. Now, the little princess of the Vulture Palace really came. Whether Yang Dingtian could coax the heart of the demon spirit depended on the curiosity of the little princess, and whether she was naive enough. When Yang Dingtian saw her again, he couldn't help but sigh. At that time at the small auction, Yang Dingtian thought that she was an irrelevant passerby. Who knew that her background was the biggest? The first of the 9 sects in the world, the Vulture Palace isolated itself from the outside world. How many years had it been? However, when he saw the huge cold jade coffin on her back, she actually walked around with it on her back after buying the demon spirit. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, and Song Chunhua couldn't help but collapse. "Please, it's the most precious treasure in the world, the corpse of a 1,800-year-old demon spirit. You spent a total of 165.01 million devil coins to snatch it from Shu Hongxue. You just openly carried the huge coffin on your back and swaggered through the city. Although your great-grandfather is the ancestor that the whole world fears and the only great wizard in the world, you are too confident in the security of Sky Demon City. This is definitely a criminal paradise for murder and robbery. Hey, you liar! The sword you sold me was the best sword in the world. You actually have several of them." As soon as she came in, the little princess of the Vulture Palace scolded Yang Dingtian. "I didn't say that I only have one," Yang Dingtian said. Then the map of the mysterious flame you gave me is real?" "Of course it's real," the little princess of the Vulture Palace said. "However, I also want to pick this mysterious flame. It belongs to whoever picks it first." Yang Dingtian was speechless again. She actually sold a mysterious flame to Yang Dingtian in exchange for a treasure sword. "Your great-grandfather is a great wizard. Then are you?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. "I am not," the little princess of the Vulture Palace said. "I am a celestial wizard." "Impossible!" Qin Huayu exclaimed. "There hasn't been a celestial wizard for more than 500 years. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but stare in shock at the Spirit Vulture Palace's little princess who had a pretty face and a devilish figure. Celestial Master was a very long time ago. Celestial was a celestial wizard master. Celestial. A celestial wizard was a synonym for absolute power and mystery. In the whole world, there were only 3 celestial wizards. Among them, Zhu Qingzhu's martial uncle, Gui Wuzi, was missing. Dong Fangmin's father-in-law, Ling Yaozi, was exiled. The only celestial wizard left in the world was the Vulture Palace's ancestor, Wulingzi. Yesterday, when Wu Maji from the Ning clan of the South Sea said that she was a celestial wizard, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huayu were shocked. Now, the little princess of the Vulture Palace in front of them said that she was a celestial wizard. It was really shocking. There hadn't been a celestial wizard in the world for hundreds of years. A celestial wizard could summon the wandering ghosts to fight. A celestial wizard could summon all the spiritual energy in the surroundings to fight. This included old trees, ancient boulders, and even vast lands and huge glaciers. These things all had souls, but they were almost always in a state of deep sleep. A celestial wizard had the sensing ability of being one with the world and could awaken these huge sleeping souls to fight. Therefore, a celestial wizard was definitely the most powerful profession in the world. A celestial wizard that had disappeared for hundreds of years had now reappeared. Yang Dingtian really couldn't believe it. "You don't believe me?" the little princess of the Vulture Palace said. Yang Dingtian and the other 2 nodded. The little princess of the Vulture Palace gently curled her finger. Suddenly, the jade floor on the ground suddenly shattered into powder and then condensed into a small figure. It jumped onto the little princess of the Vulture Palace's palm and began to dance happily. Its appearance and expression were extremely lively, as if it really had a life of its own. Yang Dingtian and the other two were completely stunned. How was this possible? Now you believe me? The little princess of the Vulture Palace smiled and then blew a breath. Suddenly, the little person turned into powder and flew to the original place where the floor was and reformed into a complete jade floor. What a marvelous skill! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu, and the others couldn't help but show a trace of jealousy. Yang Dingtian was the most talented person in the world, so he definitely wouldn't envy anyone. But at this time, he really couldn't help but envy the girl in front of him. A celestial wizard's talent was destined to be the most powerful person in the world. It seemed that the world was indeed going to change greatly. Otherwise, how could a celestial wizard that had disappeared for 500 years appear in this world again? Well, what's your name? Yang Dingtian asked first. Qin Huaiyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. My name is Vulture, the little princess said. Ah, Yang Dingtian. You also think that this name is not good. My great-grandfather insisted on naming me after the Vulture Palace. This name is too old and doesn't sound good, the little princess said. Then I'll call you Little Princess from now on, Yang Dingtian said. The little princess lowered her head and thought for a while, then said, I like this name. Well, you are a celestial wizard. Is that sword useful to you? Yang Dingtian asked. It's useless, the little princess said. Then why did you use the mysterious fire map to exchange for the sword? Yang Dingtian asked. Your sword is very beautiful. I like it very much, the little princess said. Yang Dingtian was speechless again. After a while, he asked, Well, little princess, why are you here? What is the mysterious treasure that you bought at the end of the auction? Did you open that box? The little princess's big eyes were filled with curiosity. Yang Dingtian was waiting for this sentence. The final auction of the Magic City's merchant palace was a fraud. It was an unknown thing stored in a bloody black gold box. It could be a treasure or a waste. Yang Dingtian spent 20 million magic coins to buy it because of the little princess's curiosity. Not yet, Yang Dingtian said. That's good, the little princess said. Open it now and let me see what's inside. I can show you what it is, but how about we make a deal? Yang Dingtian said. What deal? The little princess's beautiful eyes were suddenly filled with vigilance. Give me the demon spirit heart, and I'll show you the thing, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu rolled his eyes when he heard this. Why didn't he see that Yang Dingtian was so shameless? He wanted someone to give him the demon spirit heart just by looking at it. His shamelessness was indescribable. Do you think I'm stupid? The little princess said with her eyes wide open. No, it's just a deal, Yang Dingtian said. The little princess pursed her lips and stared at the box. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I promise you. But I have another request. Say it, Yang Dingtian said. You have the Mystic Flame map now, so in order to get the Mystic Flame, you have to leave 3 days later than me, the little princess said. 2 days at most, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, the little princess said. Deal. Open the box and let me see what's inside, then I'll give you the demon spirit heart. Yang Dingtian nodded in agreement. Qin Huaiyu and Song Chunhua were dumbfounded. This was also possible. Who was this little princess of the Vulture Palace? Just to satisfy her curiosity, she actually took out the priceless demon spirit heart. This was too easy to coax. The four of them held their breaths. The little princess almost put her face on the box. Her eyes, which were already very big, were now open to the maximum. The key point was that her face was very small, like a palm. Therefore, it felt like that pair of big eyes almost took up half of her face. Yang Dingtian was also filled with curiosity. He held his breath and stared at the complete bloody black gold devil box. He spent 20 million devil coins to buy it. If it was really a scam, then, his finger gently condensed, and suddenly a dazzling flame appeared. "You already have the mystic flame, why do you still want to snatch it from me?" the little princess suddenly said. "It's not me who wants it, it's my friend who wants it," Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian condensed the mystic flame into a line, and suddenly the temperature became extremely terrifying. It gently scratched the incomparably sturdy bloody black gold devil box. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entire bloody black gold devil box was easily cut open like cutting tofu. Then, everyone held their breaths. Yang Dingtian held the box with both hands and carefully opened it. Ah, inside there was still a box. No way, it was really a scam. Inside there was still a fist-sized bloody black gold devil box. Yang Dingtian used the mystic flame to cut open the box again. The scam was that there was still a box inside. Every time he opened it, there was always a smaller box inside. In this way, Yang Dingtian opened a total of 9 bloody black gold devil boxes. The last box was only the size of a finger. Yang Dingtian was already powerless to complain. The little princess's beautiful eyes rolled around, feeling cheated and ready to regret at any time. Holding back his curses, Yang Dingtian once again used the mystic flame to cut open the 10th box. If there were still boxes inside, Yang Dingtian would definitely use the mystic flame to burn all the boxes clean. Whoosh! The 10th box was suddenly cut open. Yang Dingtian opened the box. However, before he opened it, a sudden force rushed out, and something ran out from inside. Then, it jumped directly on the ground and was about to escape without a trace. It was so fast that everyone present couldn't even see it clearly. "Chase it!" Suddenly, the 4 people quickly rushed to the thing that ran out of the box. This little thing was only the size of a pinky, and looked like a ball of green. It ran very fast, jumping like a shadow. 3 martial venerables couldn't catch this little thing at all. "Humph, let's see where you can run to." The little princess hooked her finger, and immediately, the jade floor on the ground turned into powder, and then turned into countless little people. Then, an incomparably spectacular scene appeared. Countless jade people came out from the floor and the walls, forming an army of thousands of men and horses, surrounding the little thing that escaped from the bloody black gold box. No matter how fast this little thing was, it couldn't resist the number of people. Not long after, it was captured obediently. This time, the few of them saw it clearly. This little thing was actually a sticky thing like a slug. It had a green color, no feet, no hands, no eyes, nothing. It was only a jelly-like thing. After being caught by the jade people, it was still desperately struggling to escape. What is this?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. Of course, no one knew what it was. "We've been tricked," Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu and Song Chunhua both nodded. "You're a heaven spirit master, so you should be able to penetrate everything in the world. What do you think this is?" Yang Dingtian said. "Let me try," the little princess said. Then, her big eyes slightly focused, and suddenly a ray of light shot from her beautiful eyes directly into the little thing's body. A heaven spirit master has the ability to become one with the world. Her divine sense can enter almost all objects and understand the energy composition inside. Of course, a heaven spirit master is not a pure spirit master. They can only analyze the energy inside objects, read minds, and read souls. That is what a spirit master does. Ah! The little princess let out a blood-curdling scream, and then her entire body was sent flying. After getting up from the ground, she covered her eyes and rubbed them hard. "Are you okay?" Yang Dingtian asked. After a while, the little princess covered her eyes with her hands. Her beautiful big eyes were red at this time, and when she looked at the green little thing again, she was full of fear. "This thing is very scary. I don't know what's inside it. I've never encountered such a situation," the little princess said. "However, I think you should put it back in the box, or the consequences will be very serious, I think." Yang Dingtian was about to grab the little thing and put it back in the box. "Don't use your hands, this thing is very, very scary," the little princess said. "Oh right, I have seen deep-sea Xian poison, and it is somewhat similar to this thing. Yang Dingtian suddenly said. No, it is not deep-sea Xian poison. As long as I don't touch deep-sea Xian poison, I am not afraid. I can analyze it, but this thing, I am very afraid, the little princess said. Could it be an evil spirit? Yang Dingtian said in horror. No, it is not an evil spirit, the little princess said. Evil spirit is the root of the chaos world's evil, the source of corruption, the source of destruction. This thing is definitely not an evil spirit. Then, the little princess said in surprise, You also know about evil spirits, then you are very amazing. I will help you put it in. You use your fastest speed to seal the bloody black gold box and merge it. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Then, the little princess controlled the little jade person to grab the green thing back into the bloody black gold box. Yang Dingtian used mystic fire to quickly melt and glue the bloody black gold box together. Then, layer by layer, one box on top of another box, a total of more than a dozen boxes were used to contain the little thing. Now Yang Dingtian knew why 10 boxes were used. It was not that the little thing's owner cheated him, it was that this little thing was too amazing. You spent 20 million to buy this thing. I vaguely feel that you got a big bargain. This thing should be more precious than demon spirit, the little princess said. But I don't know what use it has for now. After looking at the final treasure, Yang Dingtian looked at the little princess, worried that she would go back on her word. The point was, even if she went back on her word, Yang Dingtian could do nothing. He could not turn hostile and snatch the thing. This little girl was a celestial spirit master, unpredictable. Plus, she had the world's most powerful and most terrifying ancestor behind her, who dared to provoke her. Wu Maji, a sorcerer, dared to kill Shu Hongxue, but she did not dare to snatch this little girl's things. Don't worry, I won't go back on what I promised. The little princess rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian and said, Prepare the things to store the demon spirit heart. There should be a mysterious ice jade box, right? If not, don't blame me, I won't wait for you. Yang Dingtian immediately took out the mysterious ice jade box. The little princess immediately glared at him and said, Have you been thinking about me for a long time? Do you think I'm easy to fool? No. Yang Dingtian shook his head. The little princess glared at him fiercely. After satisfying her curiosity, she felt that she had suffered a great loss in this deal, so she did not have a good look at Yang Dingtian. However, it seemed that she could not turn hostile and go back on her word. Then, Yang Dingtian was worried about how to dig out the demon spirit heart. Because as long as this coffin was opened, the incomparably precious demon spirit fog inside would instantly dissipate. But then, a scene that stunned him happened. The little girl gently swiped her finger, and a hole directly opened in the chest of the demon spirit corpse, and then the demon spirit heart floated out. Then, a hole quickly opened in the cold jade coffin, allowing the demon spirit heart to fly out. Almost instantly, the hole in the cold jade coffin closed. The demon spirit heart flew directly in front of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian opened the mysterious ice jade box, and the demon spirit heart flew into the box. At this time, Yang Dingtian really saw the magical and powerful demon spirit heart. It was in the shape of a heart, but it was definitely not a body. Instead, it was a crystal. The inside was black, but also transparent. It was a very strange feeling, black, but transparent. Inside, there was a terrifying energy surging. A mysterious energy was constantly beating in the heart. Demon spirit heart. It could revive any corpse if it was placed in it. The older the demon spirit heart, the more energy it could support the battle puppet demon. This was a demon spirit heart that was 1,800 years old. There was absolutely no problem supporting Ling Qingchen's master-level body. The powerful battle puppet demon was already more than half complete. Yang Dingtian was about 70 to 80% sure that he could defeat Qin Shiqi. However, there was another problem. That was, the demon spirit heart was violent and bloodthirsty, and uncontrollable. It needed to be suppressed with a puppet battle soul to control the battle puppet demon. However, this was a demon spirit heart that was 1,800 years old. Just relying on Ling Qingchen's puppet battle soul and 10 martial venerables' puppet battle souls was far from enough to suppress this incomparably powerful demon spirit heart. Yang Dingtian needed an incomparably powerful puppet battle soul. Maybe 10 martial venerables, or maybe 1 martial venerables puppet battle soul. However, to obtain 10 martial venerables and 1 martial venerables puppet battle soul, how difficult was that? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian looked at the demon spirit heart, speechless. It turned out that for Yang Dingtian, the older the demon spirit heart was, the better it was. Yang Dingtian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian had only spent 20 million demon coins to obtain a demon spirit heart that was 1,800 years old. It was a great bargain. However, it seemed that this bargain was not easy to take advantage of. Indeed, if there was a gain, there would be a loss. After giving the demon spirit heart to Yang Dingtian, the little princess carried the huge coffin on her back again. With such a huge coffin on her seductive back, it looked really visually impactful. However, this was tantamount to telling the whole world that she was carrying a treasure on her back. Come and snatch it. Little princess, it's more than 10,000 miles from here to the demon realm. Are you going to carry it? Yang Dingtian asked. Yeah? Why? The little princess looked at Yang Dingtian cautiously. You're not afraid that someone will snatch it on the way? Yang Dingtian asked. Whoever dares to snatch it can come and try. The little princess said and then said, You've already cheated the demon spirit heart. Don't even think about getting anything else. After saying that, she quickly left with the huge coffin on her back and disappeared in a moment. She's probably in danger. Why don't we invite her to go with us? Song Chunhua said. She definitely won't agree. She's most wary of us now. Yang Dingtian said. In the world, there should be very few people who dare to touch her. Who dares to offend the old ancestor behind her? However, this old ancestor is protective and antisocial. Whoever dares to touch this girl, I'm afraid that the old ancestor will be unreasonable and directly kill the whole family. Qin Huayu said. Then, do we have to wait 3 days before setting off for the demon realm? Of course not. Yang Dingtian said. In the next half of the day, we will go to the demon city's merchant palace to purchase things. We have so many demon coins on us, it would be a waste if we don't spend them. After purchasing, we will immediately set off for the demon realm. Then you promised that girl that you would set off 3 days later. Does it not count? Qin Huayu asked. That was just a joke. Of course, it doesn't count. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huayu was astonished and said, Why do I feel that I have suddenly become upright? Song Chunhua rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian. It wasn't that Qin Huayu had become upright. It was that Yang Dingtian had become shameless. I feel that if we can pull Vulture into our group, our chances of winning will be much higher. Qin Huayu said. I know, but we have to take it slowly. Yang Dingtian said. She isn't as noble and upright as Chunhua. She might be naive, but she is also very suspicious. I feel that you are saying that I am foolish. Song Chunhua stared at Yang Dingtian with her big eyes and said seriously. Yang Dingtian and the others went to the demon city's merchant palace to make a huge purchase and bought many precious things. However, the thing that Yang Dingtian wanted the most wasn't bought. Yang Dingtian asked Song Chunhua to ask if there were any Chaos Devil Turbidity for sale. After obtaining the demon spirit heart, what he needed the most was the Chaos Devil Turbidity. It was the most important thing to construct the Mystic Chi Grand Array. The golden merchant glanced at the three of them and said faintly, You think too highly of my demon city's merchant palace. Yang Dingtian was astonished. Perhaps this was equivalent to going to a certain tycoon on Earth and saying, I want to buy 3,000 of the best nuclear warheads, 3,000 intercontinental missile carriers, 30 strategic nuclear submarines, and 100 strategic stealth bombers. If that was the case, no matter which tycoon on Earth, they would look at you as if you were an idiot. Half a day later, the sky turned dark. Yang Dingtian, Song Chunhua, and Qin Huayu flew towards the west under the night sky. They were heading towards the demon region to search for the mystic flame. Originally, Song Chunhua didn't need to go, but she insisted on going. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to let her accompany them. The demon region was in the northeastern part of the Land of Chaos, on the land opposite the Rapture River. That place was also known as the Forbidden Zone for Life. Geographically, the demon region was parallel to the yin-yang mirror. It was just that the yin-yang mirror had turned from a paradise to hell. As for the demon region, Yang Dingtian had only heard of it, and had never seen it before. Of course, there were very few people in this world who had been there before. It was because that place was the Forbidden Zone for Life. Without sufficient spiritual herbs and cultivation base, staying there for even 2 hours was akin to courting death. The three of them rode on their high-altitude mounts and flew for close to 3,000 miles in one night. This place was already the Land of Chaos, and wasn't far from the 1,000-mile swamp. After flying for another half a day, they arrived at the sky above the 1,000-mile swamp. City Lord Yang, if we continue forward, we will be in the territory of the evil ways. After that, we will be in the territory of the Temple of Blood. Should we take a detour? Song Chunhua asked. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "No need. The detour is too far. Let's go straight." Moreover, he also wanted to know what the Temple of Blood looked like now. Even if it was just passing by. Of course, deep in his heart, he also wanted to know if Dugufengwu was still in the Temple of Blood. Flying to the center of the swamp, Yang Dingtian was very familiar with this place. It was the place where Yang Dingtian encountered the Poison Hands Devil. Suddenly, there was an intense battle sound coming from below. "Today, I will let you die under my sword." At the same time, there was a familiar voice that was arrogant and cold. It was the proud son of heaven, Zhu Hongxue, Yang Dingtian's mortal enemy. Who was he trying to kill? Yang Dingtian focused his eyes and got a huge shock. The person Zhu Hongxue wanted to kill was actually the little princess that he had just parted with not long ago. The little princess of the Vulture Palace. At this moment, she was carrying a massive coffin and controlling 3 giant sludge poison men to resist Zhu Hongxue. Furthermore, Zhu Hongxue was alone and didn't have any other experts. This Zhu Hongxue was actually so shameless to try to kill the little princess and snatch the devil spirit corpse. It turned out that the swamp where the Poison Hands Devil was in was completely under the control of the little princess of the Vulture Palace. It had turned into 3 giant sludge men to trap Zhu Hongxue. Every sludge giant was 4 to 5 meters tall. Their bodies were covered in green and were covered in lethal poison. In fact, Yang Dingtian even saw the corpse of the Poison Hands Devil within the sludge giants. When the sludge poison men waved their hands, they would have thousands of hands. When the swords and sabers slashed, they would be sliced into 2. However, they would instantly recover to their original state, and were completely invulnerable. Therefore, even though Zhu Hongxue's cultivation was astonishing, he was still unable to do anything to the little princess. And the number 1 young expert in the world is only SOSO. The little princess sneered and said, "Dongfan Bingling is just like you." "Humph, insignificant skill." Zhu Hongxue formed a sword art. Boom! Raging flames instantly burst out from his body. Heaven and Earth Xian Flame. Yang Dingtian could tell at a glance that Zhu Hongxue's body was also bursting with a Heaven and Earth Xian Flame. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that he was the only one with a Xian Flame of this level. He did not expect Zhu Hongxue to also have one. Boom! The Xian Flame burned more and more vigorously. Then, like a small nuclear bomb, it suddenly exploded. Immediately, white flames engulfed the 3 sludge giants. The originally invulnerable sludge giants were instantly roasted dry by the flames. Then, they melted and finally turned into ashes. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Yang Dingtian, who was in the sky, was shocked. He looked at Song Chunhua and Qin Huayu. This Zhu Hongxue was actually so powerful. 9-star superior marshal revered, Song Chunhua said. That's right, he was a 9-star marshal revered. He was still half a step away from becoming a grandmaster. This Xu Hongxue and Dong Fang Bingling were indeed favored by the heavens. Among the younger generation, their cultivation was indeed the strongest. When the little princess of the Vulture Palace saw the sludge giants being destroyed, she was shocked. Immediately after, Xu Hongshue's sword flew into the sky and fiercely stabbed at her. "Lie!" the little princess shouted. Suddenly, a giant like a small mountain suddenly drilled out from under the swamp and blocked in front of her and Xu Hongxue. Then, the little princess turned around and flew into the sky. She rode the wind energy and flew away. A celestial spirit master could control the energy of the air and fly quickly without any effort. The mountain-like mud giant waved its fist the size of a house and smashed it at Xu Hongxue. Xu Hongxue stabbed his sword and shook it violently. The heaven and earth Xian flame suddenly exploded. Boom! The giant the size of a small mountain was instantly smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. It turned into raging flames and fell to the ground one after another. Whoosh! Xu Hongshue's entire body turned into a burning meteor and chased after the flying little princess. Xu Hongshue's flying speed was too fast. It was much faster than Yang Dingtian's fastest flying speed. In just a moment he caught up with the little princess. "Xu Hongxue, my great-grandfather is Wulingzi. Do you dare to kill me?" the little princess said. "So what if I kill you?" Xu Hongxue said coldly. Then, Xu Hongshue's sword was as sharp as a rainbow and suddenly shot toward the little princess's back. A heaven-sent opportunity. Yang Dingtian slowly pulled out his sword and said coldly, "Kill Xu Hongxue now. Go!" Yes, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. If he killed Xu Hongxue here, no one would know, and no one would know. Furthermore, he could completely push the blame onto Wulingzi, and sell Wulingzi, the old ancestor, a huge favor. Qin Huayu hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, a crazy and burning light appeared in his eyes as he slowly pulled out his sword. Song Chunhua's eyes were slightly hesitant. She looked at Yang Ditian and asked, "City Lord Yang, do you really want to kill him?" "A heaven-sent opportunity, kill," Yang Dingtian said. "Go." Yang Dingtian gave the order. Immediately, Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, and Song Chunhua turned into 3 burning meteors and rushed toward Xu Hongxue. Yang Dingtian, a 2-star martial venerable. Qin Huayu, a 6-star martial venerable. Song Chunhua, an 8-star martial venerable. In addition, there was an unpredictable little princess. The 4 of them should be more than enough to kill a 9-star martial venerable, Xu Hongxue. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost instantly, Xu Hongshue's burning soul sword stabbed into the little princess's delicate back. Almost at the same time, Yang Dingtian and the other 2's swords burned fiercely. From 3 directions they stabbed toward Xu Hongshue's head. They only wanted to kill with one blow. Chapter 399. Xu Hongxue didn't dodge at all, allowing Yang Dingtian and the other 2's swords to stab his head. He was just focused on stabbing the back of the little princess' neck, determined to kill her. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's sword stabbed Xu Hongshue's temple. At the same time, Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua's swords also stabbed his forehead and right temple. At the same time, Xu Hongshue's sword stabbed the little princess's pink back. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud thunderous sound. A golden light suddenly burst out from Xu Hongshue's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tips of Yang Dingtian and the other 2's swords had just touched Xu Hongshue's skin when they were instantly ejected by the golden light shield. Their bodies shook violently. Puff! The 3 of them spat out a mouthful of blood. And the moment Xu Hongshue's sword stabbed the little princess. Whoosh! The figure of the little princess of Vulture instantly disappeared and immediately appeared 100 meters away. That's right, it was a real teleportation, a real shadow shift, not a superposition of speed, but a direct disappearance on the spot. The dress on the little princess' body had the demon spirit mist, so she could teleport. Teleporting 100 meters, it was woven with the energy of 2,000 or 3,000-year-old demon spirits' bodies. The little princess of Vulture Palace definitely didn't buy the demon spirit corpse for fun, nor to please the ancestor. She was fully aware of the preciousness of this 1,800-year-old demon spirit corpse. Moreover, after teleporting, she directly hid behind Yang Dingtian. Xiao Jianwei, help me quickly! This Shu Hongxue wants to kill me and steal my demon spirit corpse! Behind him, the little princess of Vulture said. Yang Dingtian, Song Chunhua, and Qin Huaiyu formed a triangle and surrounded Zhu Hongxue in the air with their heavy swords. A good dog doesn't block the way, get out of the way, Shu Hongxue said coldly. Although Song Chunhua and Qin Huaiyu had both disguised themselves, Song Chunhua could be recognized at a glance because of the uniqueness of her figure and gender. Shu Hongxue didn't even bother to distinguish this. In his eyes, other than Dongfang Bingling, everyone else was not worth mentioning. The mystical thunderclap flame is indeed powerful. Yang Dingtian gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The great thunderous flame was also a heaven and earth mystic flame. It was on par with the million spirit demon fire. Every heaven and earth mystic flame had a heaven-defying skill in addition to the strength of the mystic flame itself. The million spirit demonic flame had billions of resentful spirits. It could enter all kinds of energy and sense all kinds of energy fluctuations. As for the thunderous flame, it was born with a terrifying defense. Once he activated the thunderous shield, he would be invulnerable to weapons and energy. Of course, there were two exceptions to the so-called invulnerability. The first type was when the enemy's cultivation level was higher than that of the owner of the sonorous thunder shield. The second type was when the sonorous thunder shield was unable to defend against lightning energy. Even so, the thunderous flame was still extremely heaven-defying. Therefore, when the three of them stabbed Zhu Hongxue, he was not injured at all. Instead, Yang Dingtian and the other two were injured and vomited blood. Yang Dingtian's words made Zhu Hongxue look at him, as if he was slightly surprised. Yang Dingtian, this country bumpkin, actually knew about the thunderous flame. The three of you, either leave or get lost, Shu Hongxue said coldly again. This Shu Hongxue was too damn arrogant. The words he said made people want to tear him into pieces. Shameless, Song Chunhua said with hatred. You are the young master of the Black Heaven sect, the descendant of a famous sect, the pride of the heavens. You are like the people of evil ways. You can't compete in the auction, so you killed and robbed on the road. This is the greatest shame of the Tiando League. Shu Hongxue raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Open your dog eyes and look carefully. It was this little bitch from the Vulture Palace who wanted to steal my lightning talisman and tried to kill me on the road. Not only did you kill and rob, you also inverted black and white. Song Chunhua sneered and rebuked, but before he could finish, he was suddenly speechless. Because, at this moment, the little princess of the Vulture Palace actually turned her face and hid behind Yang Dingtian's back. Song Chunhua couldn't help but stare at the little princess. She immediately averted her gaze and didn't look at Song Chunhua. Yang Dingtian and the other two were instantly speechless. So, it really was this little girl who killed and robbed. After all this fuss, they made such a big mistake. So, the despicable person who killed and robbed wasn't Zhu Hongxue, but the little princess of the Vulture Palace. This girl who looked so innocent and pure was actually so black-bellied. She ran to the center of the 1,000-mile swamp and tried to kill Zhu Hongxue. Not only was she ruthless, her hands were also really black. She also had enough guts to directly provoke the lion. Yang Dingtian immediately looked at Song Chunhua. Song Chunhua's mouth was also stained with blood, and he lightly shook his head. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Huaiyu. He also shook his head, unable to hide the shock on his face. The meaning of these two was obvious. The three of them, even if they added the little princess of the Vulture Palace, couldn't kill Zhu Hongxue. This Zhu Hongxue's thunderous flame was too heaven-defying. Zhu Hongxue himself was also too strong. The cultivation of the three of them was not as high as Zhu Hongxue's, so Zhu Hongshua's thunderous shield could almost completely block all the damage from the four of them. Of course, Yang Dingtian's lightning-type mystic technique could easily penetrate the thunderous shield's defense, but Yang Dingtian's cultivation was too far below Zhu Hongshua's, so the Devil Sky Split couldn't do much damage to him. Yang Dingtian also had a heaven-defying trump card, which was the Darkness Mystic Flame. It could swallow all energy and easily tear apart the thunderous shield's light shield defense. But the last time at Sky Demon City's earthly paradise, Ning Wuming sent the Ning clan elder to kill Ning Yu. When Dongfang Bingling's energy reserve was shattered and Yang Dingtian was about to perish together with them, he completely ignited the million spirit demon fire, and used the energy reserve's mystic chi to ignite the darkness mystic flame. The consequence was that the darkness mystic flame took the opportunity to enter the energy reserve that it was still drooling over. However, it was too immature and wasn't a mature mystic flame at all. According to its natural growth rate, it would need at least 200 years to become a mature mystic flame. Once the immature mystic flame entered the energy reserve, there would only be two outcomes. The first outcome was that it would be suppressed by the powerful energy in the energy reserve, completely wither, disappear, and die. The second outcome was that in order to survive, it would continuously swallow all the energy in the energy reserve. This way, it could grow stronger, but Yang Dingtian's cultivation would quickly regress, just like when Yan Yan was hit by the darkness crystal. Of course, it was fortunate that the darkness mystic flame had already recognized its master. If it hurt its master, it would also hurt itself. Therefore, it wouldn't devour its master's energy like the darkness crystal. The energy level of the darkness mystic flame and the darkness crystal were the same. They were both of the highest level and were probably second only to the evil spirits. However, the darkness mystic flame and the darkness crystal were different. The darkness crystal was a dead object and would swallow everything. However, the darkness mystic flame possessed life. It shared a life with its master and accepted its master's control. However, if it didn't devour its master's energy, it would only gradually wither and die. In order to prevent it from dying, Yang Dingtian could only let it gradually sleep in the energy reserve and use energy to slowly nourish it so that it wouldn't die. Therefore, the darkness mystic flame was currently sleeping weakly in Yang Dingtian's energy reserve. Yang Dingtian didn't dare to wake it up at all. Therefore, currently, there was no solution to Zhu Hongshua's thunderous shield. Previously at the auction, Yang Dingtian was still prepared to kill Zhu Hongxue halfway and snatch the demon spirit corpse. Now, it seemed that he was really naive. If he really wanted to kill him, even if he didn't have any experts around him, the one who would be killed wouldn't be Zhu Hongxue. This Zhu Hongxue was far more powerful than he had expected. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't understand why Zhu Hongxue would cross the 1,000-mile swamp and enter the Temple of Blood's territory. Could it be that he was also going to the demon region to snatch the mystic flame? Logically speaking, he shouldn't know about that mystic flame. The few of them couldn't kill Zhu Hongxue, but they couldn't let him kill the little princess either. This little princess of the Vulture Palace was a very important ally in Yang Dingtian's plan. Young Master Zhu, the little princess of the Vulture Palace, is young and playful. That's why she did such unreasonable things. You are the youth leader of the Tiando League and the future pillar of the chaotic world. You mustn't lower yourself to her level. Yang Dingtian smiled. Since he couldn't beat him, he would plead for him. You want to plead for her? Zhu Hongxue looked at Yang Dingtian. Yes. Yang Dingtian. Who are you? What right do you have to plead for me? What face do you have? Zhu Hongxue said coldly. Yang Dingtian was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn you, Zhu Hongxue, you're too arrogant. Even in front of grandmasters like Qin Wanzhou and Dugu Xiao, Yang Dingtian had never suffered such humiliation. Suddenly Yang Dingtian said coldly, Even if you don't give me face, don't tell me you don't give face to Ancestor Wolingzi? If you kill the Vulture Palace today, what will you do when Senior Wolingzi attacks the Black Heaven sect in the future? Humph. You people fear Wolingzi like a tiger. In my opinion, he's just an old dog guarding his home. However, you ignorant pawns have made him sound like a god, Shu Hongxue said coldly with disdain. That's why you scoundrels are afraid of that old man, but I'm not. Now, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but admire Shu Hongxue. This person was really too arrogant. He scolded someone like Walingzi just because he wanted to. Yang Dingtian didn't know whether to call him arrogant or ignorant. How about this, young Master Zhu? Yang Dingtian said. What do you think of my cultivation? Over 40 years old and just became a martial honor. You might be proud of yourself, but you're not worth mentioning in my eyes. Shu Hongxue said disdainfully. He said that Yang Dingtian was over 40 years old because Yang Dingtian was wearing a mask. He was a handsome middle-aged man in his early 40s. Your thunderclap shield must think that it's invincible. If I can break your thunderclap shield, you'll let the little princess Vulture go and forget everything that happened today. You won't mention it to anyone. How about it? Yang Dingtian said. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You don't know what's good for you. Shu Hongxue said coldly. Yes or no? Yang Dingtian said. You're courting death. Why should I stop you? Shu Hongxue slowly raised his hand and said. I'll kill you first, you blocking my way. I'll kill the little slut from Vulture Palace. Then Shu Hongxue suddenly pulled out his sword. Xiao Jianwei, don't worry about me. You guys go. I don't believe that he can kill me, the little princess Vulture suddenly said and rushed forward. Song Chunhua and Qin Huayu both flew to Yang Dingtian's side. Noisy! Shu Hongxue coldly reprimanded. The sharp sword in his hand suddenly shook. Roar! A thunderous boom resounded in the sky. Then, a golden flame suddenly burst out from Shu Hongxue's body and turned into a huge light shadow. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down and smashed towards Yang Dingtian. A 9-star martial honor and thunderclap fire. If Yang Dingtian was hit, he would probably be smashed into pieces and turned into meat paste. Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua suddenly burst out with profound qi and protected Yang Dingtian in the middle. Yang Dingtian pulled out his sword and shot a red light at the thunderclap light shadow that was smashing towards him. When Shu Hongxue saw it, he immediately looked down on it. The light energy that shot out from Yang Dingtian's sword was not even at the level of a martial honor. It was a fool's dream to think that it could break through his thunderclap shield. These frogs at the bottom of the well were laughably ignorant. Whoosh! In an instant, the light that shot out from Yang Dingtian's sword fiercely hit Shu Hongxue's thunderclap shield light shadow. Then, something that shocked everyone happened. The red light was almost unobstructed. It pierced through the thunderclap shield's defense like mud and fiercely stabbed towards Shu Hongxue. The incomparably strong thunderclap shield, which was impenetrable by swords and spears, was actually pierced through without any effort. Shu Hongxue did not put this so-called Xiao Jianwei in his eyes at all. Becoming a martial honor in his 40s might be amazing in the eyes of others, but in front of Shu Hongxue, he was nothing. Now, it was this worthless person who had broken through his invincible thunderclap shield. Shu Hongxue was completely shocked and did not dare to believe it. After Yang Dingtian pierced through the thunderclap shield light shadow, he immediately withdrew the red light. Then, he looked at the thunderclap shield light shadow that was smashing towards him with a face full of ridicule. Now, it was up to Shu Hongxue to see if he was shameless. If he was, he would withdraw the thunderclap shield and admit defeat. If he was shameless, he would take the opportunity to smash Yang Dingtian to death. Of course, if Shu Hongxue really turned hostile, then Yang Dingtian would be heavily injured even with Song Chunhua and Qin Huayu's protection. This Shu Hongxue was much stronger than he had imagined. Shu Hongxue looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. His bright eagle eyes seemed to be looking at Yang Dingtian's face for the first time. Whoosh! Shu Hongxue withdrew his sword. Instantly, the incomparably strong thunderclap shield, which made people unable to breathe, disappeared. The reason why Yang Dingtian was able to break through Shu Hongxue's thunderclap shield was very simple. He had hidden the lightning energy in his sword light. He did not use the lightning profound skill, demonic sky split. because that would be too obvious, and it would be easy to see through his identity. Anyway, he only needed to break through the thunderclap shield. As long as it was lightning energy, he could break through. Of course, in order to not be recognized, Yang Dingtian used the mystic fire to envelop the lightning energy. Only at the tip of the sword light, the lightning energy protruded slightly. Therefore, the sword light with lightning energy instantly broke through the invincible thunderclap shield, causing Zhu Hongxue to be extremely shocked. However, he did not know how Yang Dingtian was able to break through. After Zhu Hongxue withdrew the thunderclap shield, Yang Dingtian and the rest let out a long sigh of relief. It was as if the mount tie that was pressing on their heads had been removed. "You are the only one who has broken my thunderclap shield in recent years," Zhu Hongxue asked. "What is your name? Which sect are you from?" "Xiao Jianwei." "Currently, I don't belong to any sect," Yang Dingtian replied. "He is my secret husband. My name is Song Chunhua. You should know him," Song Chunhua said. She immediately helped Yang Dingtian out of his predicament, afraid that Yang Dingtian's identity would be exposed. However, she worried too much. Zhu Hongxue would not bother to find out Yang Dingtian's true identity. "You are a man. Why would you be someone else's secret husband?" "Useless," Zhu Hongxue said coldly. "Are you willing to join my Black Heaven sect? In the future, I will definitely give you the position of an elder." Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. He did not expect that Zhu Hongxue would not interrogate him about how he broke the thunderclap shield. Instead, he wanted to recruit him. Moreover, he said that he would give Yang Dingtian the position of an elder in the Black Heaven sect in the future. "Thank you, young Master Zhu. I am doing well," Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongxue glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, "A man should not hide behind a woman. He must have his own career and future. If you change your mind one day, feel free to join my Black Heaven sect. Goodbye." Seeing that Yang Dingtian had rejected him, Zhu Hongxue did not continue to pester him. After saying that, Zhu Hongxue spread his golden wings and flew toward the Temple of Blood. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Before he left, he did not mention killing the little princess of the vulture. He only glanced at her indifferently. After Zhu Hongxue left, the few of them were silent for a long time. They did not know what to say. Suddenly, Qin Huayu said, "Zhu Hongxue, other than being a little arrogant, he is not bad. At least, his character is much better than mine." Song Chunhua nodded as well. The little princess of the vulture nodded as well. Then, her face flushed red. The other party was not bad. If you still tried to kill him and snatch his things, then your little princess's character would not be good. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "He looks almost exactly the same as Dongfang Bingling." The two of them were exactly the same, cold and arrogant. No wonder everyone in the world saw the two of them as a couple. All along, Zhu Hongxue had been Yang Dingtian's archenemy. When they were at the Yinyang school, he had crushed Yang Dingtian's dignity and almost beat him half to death with one palm. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could not wait to tear him into pieces, peel off his skin and break his bones. Perhaps because he was blinded by hatred, Zhu Hongxue had always been unbearable in his heart. Yang Dingtian thought that he was sinister and vicious. Now that he saw him today, Zhu Hongxue might be hateful, but his character was definitely not despicable. When he killed Yang Dingtian, it was only because he felt that Yang Dingtian had sullied his exclusive property, Dongfang Bingling. Moreover, he probably felt that killing Yang Dingtian was as easy as stepping on an ant. However, when it came to his character, he was treacherous and cunning, and it had nothing to do with him. This person was just like Bingling. He was extremely proud and arrogant. However, this person was completely different from his father, Zhu Qinzhu. "You said that you would leave for the demon territory 3 days after I left. In the end, you left in less than half a day. Your character is really despicable," the little princess of the vulture sneered. "So, no matter what you say in the future, I will not believe you. You killed and robbed on the way. With your character, you still have the nerve to talk about us. Yang Dingtian sneered. The little princess blushed and said, I did not like Shu Hongxue before. I felt that he was not a good person. Since he is not a good person, I killed him and robbed him. It is considered a good deed. Such sophistry, and it seemed to be logical. I, the vulture, am clear about gratitude and grudges. You saved me. Then I will not pursue the matter of you breaking the promise. The little princess of the vulture said. Yang Dingtian was speechless. His life-saving grace was so easily brushed off by her. However, Yang Dingtian did not intend to take the opportunity to blackmail her. He said, The following journey will be very dangerous. Do you want to go with us? The little princess took a few steps back and looked at Yang Dingtian with her eyes wide open. She was full of caution. She said, What do you want to do? Don't you dare have any ideas about me. Let's go separately. Then if you encounter danger, we might not be able to save you. Yang Dingtian said. Bah, your crow's beak. The little princess said. Only a blind man like Shu Hongxue could not see my beauty, so he tried to kill me. Others would not. Moreover, you also saw that although Shu Hongxue is powerful, he might not be able to kill me. I am also very powerful. Moreover, I am still young. When I am the same age as him, I will kill him like a chicken or a dog. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. However, the second half of her sentence was correct. Although she was in danger just now, it was not easy for Shu Hongxue to kill her. This girl was too mysterious and powerful. She was probably not more than 18 years old, but she was so heaven-defying. When she reached Shu Hongxue's age, she really did not know how powerful she would be. As expected of a heaven-defying profession like a celestial spirit master. Okay, I will go first. You guys stay where you are and don't move. The little princess said. Then, she lightly tapped her foot and flew away with the huge coffin on her back. In a moment she disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sight. A celestial spirit master could control the wind elemental energy effortlessly. This little princess' flying speed far exceeded Yang Dingtian's full speed. Moreover, she did it effortlessly. And Yang Dingtian could exhaust his mystic qi in 4 hours just by flying. It really made people so jealous that they wanted to vomit blood. Let's go. Continue to the demon region. Don't leave that little girl behind too much. Otherwise, the mystic fire will really be snatched by her. Yang Dingtian said. Then, the three of them flew into the air and landed on 3 flying mounts. They continued to fly towards the northeast direction. Soon, the 3 of them flew over the 1,000-mile swamp and entered the desolate 1,000 miles ruins. They then flew over the Temple of Blood's territory. The 300-mile river of ecstasy was right in front of them. Northwest from here was the direction of the Temple of Blood. Following the river of ecstasy to the northeast, at the end of the river of ecstasy a few thousand miles away was the demon region. It was a forbidden zone for life and the destination of the 3 of them. The 3 of them stopped and waited for Yang Dingtian's decision. Yang Dingtian, do you want to take a look at the Temple of Blood? Qin Huayu asked. Yang Dingtian looked towards the northwest. The Temple of Blood was 300 miles away. They would reach it in about an hour. Forget it. Let's not take a look. There's nothing to see. There might even be complications. Yang Dingtian said. Follow the river of ecstasy and go against the current to the demon region. Instantly, the 3 of them controlled their flying mounts and followed the northeast direction. They followed the river of ecstasy and went against the current. At the end of the river of ecstasy was the demon region. It was also the source of the river of ecstasy, a forbidden zone for life. When they were in Sky Demon City, the sky where the river of ecstasy entered the sea was filled with the aura of hell. No life could go near it. But in the sky above the river of ecstasy, there wasn't any terrifying poison. The river of ecstasy was very strange. The further down it was, the scarier it was. The 3 of them flew at full speed against the current. Along the way, they didn't see the figure of the little Princess Vulture at all. Her flying speed was indeed astonishing. As far as they could see with the naked eye, they could only see the vast and boundless river of ecstasy. The torrential river water surged with blood-red color. It was as if the boundless river was flowing with fresh blood. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours. They were getting closer and closer to the source of the river of ecstasy and the demon region. The color of the sky had already started to change. Gradually, the 2 moons and 2 suns disappeared. The blue sky and white clouds disappeared. Even the day and night disappeared. Gradually, there was only one color in the sky forever. It was a dark red color, like the color of blood after it had solidified. The color of the sky was even more oppressive than the blood-red color of the river of ecstasy. It was as if the entire sky was splashed with blood and then solidified. It became dark, red, fishy, and smelly. Yang Dingtian had once imagined what the sky of doomsday looked like. Then, without a doubt, the sky now was the sky of doomsday. Legend had it that the demon region was originally a paradise covered in ice and snow. There were countless kinds of animals, people living in groups, and countless kinds of trees. After the great calamity of ancient times, this piece of land was reduced to a forbidden zone for life, reduced to hell. Yang Dingtian, we've arrived at the demon region. Qin Huayu said. Yang Dingtian raised his head and looked. They had indeed arrived at the demon region. The end of the river of ecstasy, the source of the river of ecstasy, the forbidden zone for life, where hell was. Chapter 400. However, it was obvious that Zhao Wuji had already lost his consciousness. He turned a deaf ear to Yang Dingtian's question and used his last bit of vitality to repeat. "Quickly save my nephew! Quickly save my nephew!" Yang Dingtian's heart ached. He quickly took out 2 divine origin pills and stuffed them into Zhao Wuji's and Zhao Mu's mouths. Then, he inserted celestial qi into their bodies to dissolve the effects of the divine origin pills. Soon, Zhao Wuji gradually opened his eyes, and his face became rosy. On the other hand, Zhao Mu was still unconscious. After waking up, Zhao Wuji grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and said in a trembling voice, "Save my nephew. My Horror Mountain village will definitely reward you greatly. We will definitely reward you greatly. Uncle Zhao, I will save you. I will definitely save the 2 of you," Yang Dingtian said. You know me? Who are you?" Zhao Wuji asked. "I am Yang Dingtian, Yang Dingtian. I was once indebted to you and brother Zhao Mu. It was you who gave me the Millennium Mao and Zhao Wuji's bloody black gold soul sword. That was how I killed the Millennium Mao and successfully broke through," Yang Dingtian said. Zhao Wuji's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand tightly and said, You are nephew Yang? Good. I know you have successfully taken back the Cloud Heaven City Lord position. You are indeed promising. It's me, Yang Dingtian said. Uncle Zhao, I have the divine origin pill that can bring the dead back to life. The 2 of you will be fine. Tell me, who hurt the 2 of you? Child, although you haven't been in contact with Zhao Mu for long, Zhao Mu admires you a lot. I can't do it anymore. I will entrust Zhao Mu to you. I will also entrust Horror Mountain Village to you. Zhao Wuji grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand tightly. His body was trembling non-stop. As he spoke, he spat out blood and pieces of his internal organs. Promise me. Zhao Wuji grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand tightly and hissed. Help Zhao Mu, let him live. All right, I promise you, I will definitely help brother Zhao Mu. Yang Dingtian's tears gushed out as he grabbed Zhao Wuji's hand to reassure him. Good, then I'm relieved. Thank you. Zhao Wuji smiled and loosened his grip, dying in Yang Dingtian's arms. Although the divine origin pill was said to be able to bring the dead back to life, it couldn't really bring the dead back to life. Zhao Wuji, with all his internal organs shattered and his chest pierced, was still dead. Yang Dingtian looked at Zhao Wuji's ferocious face, his heart filled with sorrow. Yang Dingtian had very little contact with Zhao Wuji. However, he had a very deep impression of Zhao Mu, not only Zhao Wuji, but also Zhao Mu. At that time, he naively and fearlessly went to Horror Mountain Village to plot the Millennium Owl. In fact, he treated Horror Mountain Village as a tiger's den. I thought I got a treasure, so I took it out to show Uncle. After much hesitation and choice, we still came to the demon area. As he spoke, Zhao Mu took out the map of the Mystic Flame. Zhao Mu's map of the Mystic Flame was exactly the same as the one Yang Dingtian had. They were both simple and unadorned parchment, and every stroke was exactly the same. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, and the rest looked at each other. Then, he took out the map of the Mystic Flame as well. The two maps were exactly the same. Brother Zhao, you also got this map? Zhao Mu said. Back then, Uncle and I even went to Cloud Heaven City and planned to show you the map of the Mystic Flame for you to help judge. This situation was complicated. There were actually two identical maps of the Mystic Flame. Obviously, it wasn't a coincidence that Zhao Mu got the map of the Mystic Flame. With two maps, there was bound to be a third, fourth, and even the 10th and 100th maps. It was obvious that this was a conspiracy. For a top-notch treasure like the Mystic Flame, anyone who got it would want to keep it for themselves. How could they make countless copies and distribute it? There was no doubt that there was a huge conspiracy behind this. Brother Zhao Mu, who is the person who killed you? Yang Dingtian asked. It was a woman. Zhao Mu said. To be precise, it was a girl. She looked very sweet, like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. But her body was very mature and enchanting. She was even carrying a huge coffin on her back. When he said that, Yang Dingtian was instantly shocked. Little princess? The little princess of the Vulture Palace? How could it be her? Why was it her? Why did she do this? What weapon did she use? Yang Dingtian asked. A very, very beautiful sword. It was extremely sharp and had the color of a flame. Zhao Mu said. Song Chunhua went forward and took out her own sword. She unsheathed it and said, Is it like this sword? Yes, it's very similar to your sword. Zhao Mu said. Qin Huayu said in disbelief. It really is her. You only took out 3 of these swords. One is with Song Chunhua, and the other is with Kc. So, the murderer is really the Vulture Palace. I really didn't expect her to be so vicious. Let's chase after her and tear her to pieces. Song Chunhua said coldly. Even if she has Willingzi behind her, she deserves to die. Brother Zhao Mu, how long has she been out? Yang Dingtian asked. I lost consciousness, but it shouldn't have been long. It shouldn't have been more than an hour. Zhao Mu said. Chase after her and ask her. Yang Dingtian said. I really can't believe that she's such a vicious girl. Chase after her. I want to ask her why she killed so many innocent people. Song Chunhua said angrily. Brother Zhao Mu, are you all right? Yang Dingtian asked. I'm fine. Zhao Mu said. Good, let's chase after her at full speed. Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian cremated Zhao Wuji's body and gave it to Zhao Mu in a jade box. Then, the 4 of them ran in a straight line along the mystic fire. The 4 of them were very fast. After running for 100 miles, they still didn't see anyone. The wraith flame line that Yang Dingtian set up didn't have any fluctuations. After running for 200 miles, they still didn't see anyone. After 300 miles, they still didn't see anyone. After running for 330 miles. Suddenly, the wraith mystic fire in front of them fluctuated violently. It was almost completely scattered and couldn't condense into a line. Just 30 miles ahead, Yang Dingtian said. Then, the 4 of them all pulled out their weapons and chased at full speed. The distance of 30 miles stopped in an instant. Before Yang Dingtian arrived, he already heard the sound of fighting. He saw the huge rocks in front of him break apart, and dust flew into the sky. Yang Dingtian and the others rushed in. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The little Princess Vulture's body was like a ghost. She moved like a shadow, and the sharp sword in her hand stabbed out like lightning. Her opponent couldn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, he was stabbed a few times, and blood spurted out. Humph! You can die now! The little Princess Vulture snorted and turned her hand. Suddenly, a sharp and thick stone all broke out of the huge rocks and stabbed towards her opponent's chest. And her opponent, Yang Dingtian, was also very familiar with Wu Maji. Wu Maji of the Ning clan in the South Sea. After being stabbed a few times, Wu Maji was seriously injured and almost passed out. The huge stone all suddenly shot towards her chest. She couldn't resist at all. Her heart was about to be pierced and nailed to the huge rock. It's really you! Yang Dingtian roared. The wraith mystic fire in his hand suddenly shot out. Boom! The wraith mystic fire hit the stone all, and it instantly exploded into pieces. I'm going to cut you into pieces! Song Chunhua shouted angrily, waving her sword and pouncing on the little princess. Qin Huaiyu and Zhao Mu were afraid that Song Chunhua would be at a disadvantage, so they quickly rushed forward. Yang Dingtian went forward and quickly supported Wu Maji, who was about to collapse to the ground. It's you! After seeing Yang Dingtian, Wu Maji's beautiful eyes relaxed, and she fainted immediately. At this time, her body was drenched in blood. She had been stabbed a few times by the little Princess Vulture. Yang Dingtian took out the Saint Spirit pill and fed it to Wu Maji. Then, he used his Xian Qi to dissolve the pill and help her heal. On the other side, Song Chunhua, Qin Huaiyu, and Zhao Mu were besieging the little princess. Although the little princess was slightly at a disadvantage, she seemed to be at ease. Why are you so vicious? Song Chunhua said coldly. How am I vicious? How am I vicious? The little Princess Vulture said. It was clearly that bitch Wu Maji who wanted to steal my demon spirit corpse and attacked me first. Did you think I would just let her kill me? Did you think I couldn't fight back? Nonsense, Song Chunhua said. If it was Wu Maji who wanted to kill you, how could she have lost so pathetically? When we came, she didn't even have the strength to fight back. She was about to die in your hands. That's because she didn't expect me to have the demon spirit fog cloak that can teleport, the little princess said. In the demon area, I'm useless as a celestial spirit master, and Wu Maji is also useless. We can only rely on our speed and sword skills. I can teleport, so of course she can't beat me. Do you think we'll still believe you? Qin Huaiyu said. Previously, you were the one who tried to kill Shu Hongxue, but you lied to us and said that Shu Hongxue tried to kill you. The past is the past, and the present is the present, the little Princess Vulture said. Xiao Jianwei, you bastard, don't you believe me too? Yang Dingtian looked at the little Princess Vulture and said. Then tell me, why did you kill Xiao Mu, Zhao Wuji, fourth Mother Gong's son, and Nangong Xiao? I didn't, the little Princess Vulture said. I don't even know who they are, why would I kill them? After coming to the demon area, I didn't kill anyone. Oh, I only killed Wu Maji, I haven't killed anyone yet. Bullshit, Zhao Mu said angrily. Just a few hours ago, I remember it clearly, and I also saw it clearly. You were the one who asked us if we were here for the mystic flame? We didn't even answer, and you killed us. Even if you turn into ashes, I will still recognize you. Impossible! The little princess shouted. I didn't even see you, someone is trying to frame me. Xiao Jianwei, you have to believe me, Yang Dingtian said. Brother Zhao Mu, take a closer look, is it her? Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, it is her. Her face is exactly the same, Zhao Mu said. Yang Dingtian said. Vulture, I have absolute trust in Zhao Mu's words, he will definitely not lie, Vulture said. Then it is also possible that she disguised herself as me. Although I am very beautiful, I am not very special, some people can completely disguise themselves as me, Yang Dingtian said. And the sword in your hand, it was personally forged by me, there is no way to imitate it, Zhao Mu said. Also, her ghostly speed is exactly the same as before. It's completely unstoppable, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Now, what do you have to say? It is not me, it is someone who is trying to frame me, the little Princess Vulture said angrily. Xiao Jianwei, it is up to you to believe it or not. If you want to fight, then go ahead, even if you join forces, I am not afraid of you. In the demon area, no one can use Xian Qi or Xian skills, it is not certain who will live and who will die. After saying that, as if to prove her words, the little princess's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared from the spot. Then, she appeared directly behind Song Chunhua. Whoosh! The little princess stabbed her sword at Song Chunhua's back at lightning speed. Blood spurted out. Song Chunhua's muscles suddenly contracted, trying to block the little princess's sword. However, the sword was forged by Yang Dingtian. It was terrifyingly sharp, there was no way to block it, and it directly pierced into her body. How dare you! Yang Dingtian roared angrily. With a strike of his palm, the million spirits' demonic flame suddenly shot out. Ah, you dare to use Xianqi? The little princess was shocked. Then, her figure instantly disappeared from the spot. After a moment, her figure appeared 100 meters away, and she sneered at Yang Dingtian. Even if you dare to use Xianqi and Xian fire, so what? You still can't do anything to me. You are much worse than Zhu Hongxue. After she knew that I can shape-shifting, she immediately locked my qi. Then, the little princess looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, Since you are heartless to me, don't blame me for being heartless to you. After saying that, the little princess suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, the little princess suddenly appeared behind Yang Dingtian, and her sharp sword ruthlessly stabbed at Yang Dingtian's back. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain in his back. The little princess's sword fiercely stabbed into him. Thank you for selling me such a good sword. My shape-shifting, when paired with your treasured sword, is completely invincible. The little princess sneered. But then, the little princess cried out in surprise. Because her indestructible treasured sword could not pierce through. How was this possible? Yang Dingtian did not have the Great Thunder Barrier. How could she not pierce through? Of course, it was because Yang Dingtian was wearing the invulnerable deep-sea Xian clothes. The little princess, who felt that something was wrong, immediately wanted to leave. But it was too late. Boom! A ball of flame suddenly rushed out from Yang Dingtian's body, and a huge amount of energy suddenly exploded. Bang! The mysterious flame's energy ruthlessly hit the little princess. Her delicate body flew out like a kite, and she continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in the air. After landing, she staggered for a while. The little princess spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Xiao Jianwei, you are so ruthless. Remember this, I will not let you go, the little princess coldly said. Whoosh! Then, she continuously used shape-shifting and instantly disappeared. Not good, she wants to escape, quickly chase, Song Chunhua said. Yang Dingtian operated his profound qi and quickly flew, chasing after the little princess. However, because the little princess had the demonic spirit fog cloak, her shape-shifting speed was too amazing. Even if Yang Dingtian flew at full speed, he could not catch up at all. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from his sight. Moreover, the demon area was obviously very dangerous. It was very dangerous to be separated from Song Chunhua and Qin Huaiyu. Yang Dingtian could only look at the place where the little princess disappeared, and turn back to the original place. In the original place, Wu Maji was still unconscious. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. She had suffered external injuries, so it should not be too serious. In addition, with Yang Dingtian's divine origin pill, she should be fine. Why was she still unconscious? Yang Dingtian could not help but inject his profound qi. Suddenly, his body trembled. Because he found that Wu Maji's body was entangled by a cold and dark energy at this time, which was the reason why she could not wake up. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that the little princess vulture was even more mysterious. Yang Dingtian looked at everyone and said, What should we do next? Do we leave the demon area and go back, or do we continue to move forward? It was obvious that there were many identical maps of the mystic flame. It was obvious that it was a conspiracy, a trap. If they continued to follow the map, they would most likely fall into the trap. Is there a mystic flame in the demon area? Qin Huayu asked. Yes, Yang Dingtian said firmly. Indeed, there was a mystic flame, because this news was told to him by Dongfang Bingling. Bingling was not sure of the exact location of the mystic flame, but she was very sure that the mystic flame was at the end of the Rapture River, which was the demon area. Are we going or not? You are our leader, so you make the decision. Qin Huayu looked at Yang Dingtian. We are here to get the mystic flame for you, so you make the decision. Are we going to move forward or retreat? Yang Dingtian said. Do you think the mystic flame is in the ruined palace in the demon area? Qin Huayu asked. I can only say that it is very likely to be there, Yang Dingtian said. Then, I would like to give it a try, Qin Huayu said. If we feel that it is dangerous, we can choose not to enter the palace, or even the ruins. But let's go and take a look, okay? Yang Dingtian nodded. Song Chunhua nodded. Then, the few of them continued their journey. Yang Dingtian carried the unconscious Wu Maji, and the few of them continued to move forward in a straight line. Along the way, they did not encounter any more corpses or people. Along the way, it was safe and sound. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian arrived at the destination on the map. In front of them was the ruins of a huge city. It was a city ruin that looked completely unreal. It did not look like a city in this world. The city walls were extremely huge, and the city gate was extremely huge. It was as tall as a mountain. The city walls were almost 10 times the size of the northwest Qin city. It was a few hundred meters tall. The city gate was a few hundred meters tall. What kind of city was this? How could it be so huge? Yang Dingtian and the others were completely stupefied as they looked at this incomparably huge city ruins. At this moment, the city gate was closed, and it was silent. Should they go in? Should they push the door open and go in? Song Chunhua glanced at Yang Dingtian, and Yang Dingtian nodded. Since they were here, they might as well try to barge in, no matter if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Immediately, Song Chunhua pulled out her sharp sword, gathered all the celestial qi in her body, and pushed the door open. The city gate was probably a few million kilograms heavy. Even with Song Chunhua's power, she could not push it open. But unexpectedly, Song Chunhua easily pushed open the door that was a few million kilograms and a few hundred meters tall. After the door was pushed open, Yang Dingtian and the rest were completely stunned. They looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. They tried to blink their eyes, worried that they were dreaming. There was no doubt that they were not dreaming. Everything in front of them was real. How could this be? How could the center of the demon territory, the ruins of the city, and the location of the mystic flame be like this? How could there be such a scene in the demon territory? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.